Hello everyone. How are we today? Nice to see you all here on this fine Sunday. It's a beautiful day outside. I hope it's a beautiful day outside for all of you as well. And you've been having a good Sunday so far. And now we're here, once again, 6 months later, ranking villains that I've covered, doing the tier list, like we all love to do. Happy to be here, guys. It's going to be a lot of fun. We got a few exciting picks to rank here today. Couple things I need to say before we continue, though. If anyone's wondering why there wasn't a video this week, it ended up being much longer than I thought it would be. It's a pick that a lot of you guys have wanted for a long time, that the patrons and members went ahead and picked for this month, that I did not expect to be as complicated as it was. So had a little delay getting this one out. It's going to be like an hour plus long video, so that's why there's no video this week, just so you know. Anyone who hasn't been here before, as you can see right there, says all suggestions will be ignored. And the only reason that's there is because if all we did was talk about suggestions, that would be all we would do for the stream. And my answer to suggestions is always the same, really. If they're evil, I'll get to them eventually. You know, maybe we'll talk about suggestions later on. But for now, please don't make any suggestions about villains and stuff like that. We're going to just do the ranking and maybe talk about that stuff later. Another thing we need to see, I'll put this up on the screen. You know, a lot of you have seen this before. These are my criteria for ranking the villains. So go ahead and read that if you'd like for a second. I'll give you guys some time to read that. Yeah, I'll give you guys a hint on the next video. Since you guys didn't get it this week, I'll tell you what it is. In fact, it's going to be on, what's the game? Spec Ops: The Line. Spec Ops: The Line is the next upcoming video. So yeah, I hope you guys are looking forward to that one. It's, like I said, it was a lot more complicated than I thought it was going to be. It ended up taking me a lot longer to make that video than I thought it would. And thank you, Leonda, for being a henchman member, for signing up right now. I think that's what you did. I think that what's that notification is for. Appreciate that very much. But yes, so yeah, Martin Walker. But when I was playing the game, you know, that was the pick. The patrons and the members picked Martin Walker from Spec Ops: The Line to be featured in a video. But when people suggest a character, or I choose to make a video on a character, and then I play the game, or I read the book, or I watch whatever, you know, and I find out that there's a lot more evil than just what that character did, I typically elevate it to the next level, right? So it becomes a multiple characters plus themes video, which is what happened to Spec Ops. It's not just about Martin Walker, it's about the whole game. Because I thought that would be more appropriate. It made more sense for me to do it that way. So yeah, it ended up being a long video. And it'll be out this week at some point, probably by Thursday. Don't quote me on that, but yeah, probably by Thursday. But yeah, if you guys, Greasy just linked it in the chat, if you guys want to be a part of the selection process for patron and member picks, you can always sign up to be a patron over on Patreon, or sign up to be a member right here on the channel if you want to, but no pressure. You know, that's just optional thing if you guys want to do that. But yes, this is my criteria. Hope you guys had a little bit of time to read this. I'm going to keep it up at the top right. It's kind of small, so it might be hard to read. If I need to blow it up again for you guys to read a little later on, I will. But there's one more thing that I need to do before we get into ranking all the picks, because there is a pick that I have failed to rank on any of these streams or videos so far, and he has deserved to be placed ever since I started these tier lists, and I'm sad that I haven't placed him yet. So right now what we need to do is we need to put this guy, the Gingerbread Man, where he belongs, up here at the top. Supreme Dark Lord of the Multiverse, Gingy Sun III. We all know it to be true. We all know this is where he deserves to be, and this is where he's gonna stay. So no questions asked on this one. I'm not even gonna ask you guys' opinion. It's plain to see. He deserves to be there, you know? So I had to do it. I had to put him up there. It just had to be done. What can I say? if you do a 1,000,000 sub create celebration live stream, you better acknowledge suggestions. I mean, it's kind of hard to acknowledge all the suggestions when there's 200 people in here, my friend. That's a big problem. You know what I mean? That's kind of why the thing is there, is because if you guys were all just belting out suggestions, what am I going to do? I'm going to sit here and stare at the chat and be like, oh yeah, I'll do that. Yeah, and I can't promise you dates. You know what I mean? I'm getting 100 suggestions in a row. What am I going to say? Oh, it's going to be out Tuesday, August 13th, 2027. You know what I mean? What am I going to do? So if you want to insight into some more videos that are coming up, there's that community post I made where I asked you guys about like what are the picks you'd like to see, and I posted like the top 50 there. Those ones are going to be peppered in pretty frequently over the next few months. So yeah, that's but anyway, you know, the suggestions, I like you guys giving me suggestions. It's just hard to do on a live stream with a bunch of people, you know what I mean? But anyway, like I said, maybe we'll talk about suggestions and stuff later on. For now, we're going to talk about these rankings. And first up is Ramesses II, all right, from Prince of Egypt. And now I've been actually, for some reason, this is the one I've been thinking about the most because I'm kind of torn on where to put him. I saw someone mention before the stream started that they would think he'd go in like B because his dad made him into what he is. But the thing about Ramesses is, yes, his dad made him into who he was, but he didn't really repent or anything for everything he did in that movie. He still wanted to keep the Hebrews in slavery. He was refusing to let them go, even in the face of the apocalypse and his son dying and everything. He chose to chase after them and was going to presumably murder them all or take them back into slavery. So there was really no, this is wrong and I'm sorry it's wrong, you know? So I don't think he can go. I think he needs to go in like A+, honestly, because he enslaved an entire people. He inherited the enslavement of an entire people, reinforced that enslavement, and then when he had the opportunity to free them, he said, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to chase after you all, kill a lot of you, probably, and then take you all back to be slaves again. So I don't know. I'll open the polling for you guys to vote on whether or not what placement you think he should go in. But so that's something we do. If you're new here, we put polls up, you know, to see if you guys agree with my ranking. Ultimately, this is my list, but I do like to take into account your guys' opinion too. So let's see. Ramesses ranking. We'll put a poll up. I'm gonna say A. I'm gonna give you guys three options. So we're gonna say A+, A, and then B. I think that's fair. And I got a super chat. I did not ignore it. Thief of Justice, will you play? Thank you for the $2, Thief of Justice. I appreciate that. Will you play any Persona games in the future? I sure will. I do want to play the Persona series. I've heard a lot of good things about it. People love it. People say it's got, you know, great stories, great characters. So yes, I'll definitely be playing Persona in the future. But I appreciate you all being here. Nice turnout today. 263 people. Nice to see you guys here. I'm glad you're all here for the ranking. It's a lot of fun, these tier lists. I like doing these. I want to do them more frequently. I would want to do them more frequently, but what do I do every month? Do a 30-minute stream with 4 picks or something, you know? It's I don't know. But I did learn something interesting recently, ladies and gentlemen. Is I guess Twitch doesn't really care too much about what you stream. So obviously YouTube, with their copyright system, they care a lot about what you put on their platform, right? If you try and stream a movie on YouTube, you're getting banned, you know? But I guess over on Twitch, they don't really care. I learned that a little while ago. I'm still trying to verify whether or not that's 100% true. But if I can verify that they really don't care, I might start streaming more frequently on Twitch, doing movie nights, or even research. I talked about research streams before on one of these streams, and I couldn't really figure out the logistics of it. How am I going to do a research stream if I'm trying to get you guys to watch something with me, but I can't stream it? Give you a timer for a timestamp or something? It was hard to figure out for me. But if Twitch doesn't care, then I could potentially, if I'm doing a a video on Franklin Saint from Snowfall, which very popular pick I'm going to get to eventually, I assure you. We could watch Snowfall together on Twitch. You guys could follow along with me while I figure out what's evil, what's not, and what the character is. I don't know. I'm still, like I said, I don't know whether or not that's true, but it could be something coming in the near future. We'll see. So let's see what you guys said here. So you said A+. 50% of you wanted A+. And then A was 44. That's a pretty close margin. So what I'm going to do, I think the top of A or the bottom of A+ makes sense then. You know, like I said, he wasn't really repentant for anything he did. Seemed like he was going to bring him back to slavery or kill them all at the end of the movie. So I don't think he should go in B. He could be an A, you know, somewhere up here, or A+ somewhere down here. I think that's pretty good. Because you guys 48 and 45 for A+ and A. I think straddling the line between A+ and A works pretty good. Now, if we're gonna do that though, then I did put Seti I on here. I did put Seti on here, and he made him into who he is. Did all the same things he did. So either he goes here, or maybe even higher in S. I'm gonna give you guys a poll again. Give me just 1 second. Hey Violet, would you do like a joke villain for the 1st of April? Oh, always, Mr. Well, I did myself this past April, you know, and before that I did Donkey, which was fun. I like doing that. But next year it's actually gonna be like a villain, not a YouTube personality. So yes, but thank you for the $5, Mysterium. Appreciate that very much. Reading a book on Twitch? Oh, that'd be cool. No, I could read a book on Twitch or YouTube. Yeah, that might be something. Yeah, we could do that. But for videos or movies and shows, it would have to be Twitch. You know, books I could read on YouTube. They're not going to care about me reading a book. That's a good idea though. Thank you for that. Thank you. Let's put a poll up again. Wait, how do I do the poll thing? I lost it. Oh, there we go. Start a poll. I'm gonna say there's a possibility he goes into A+, so I'm just gonna put it on here. Why don't I give you guys these 3 options for Seti? Seti I, father of Ramesses II. You wanna know what's funny? Here, I'll give you guys a little cute story from my past. Involved someone named Ramsey. His name wasn't Ramesses, but actually it was Ramses was his name. But he was an Egyptian guy who lived across the street from us when I was like 14, 15. And the guy was, I don't know, he had some kind of mental disorder, you know. What he would do is he would sit outside in his garage in like a lawn chair with a walkie-talkie and pretend like he was an FBI agent all day long, talking to some friend or something. Maybe he was talking to himself, I don't know. But he would just talk like he was an FBI agent, but as much as he was kind of, you know, crazy a little bit, he was a nice guy. He was a sweet guy. And whenever we would like leave the house and like accidentally leave our garage door open, he would sit outside all day and watch our house to make sure nobody went in, to like broke into the house. So sweet guy. That's what, I don't know, but that's what the name Ramsey, whatever, you know, any of the two always reminds me of is that guy. He was a kooky little character. Ramses. I miss the guy. But what do we got here? So I see S and S52, S plus 30. Okay, so you guys are more so leaning S. That makes sense. Now let's do a placement for S. A poll on the placement for S. Let's see here. So where in S should Seti go? For Seti, we'll go high, mid, and low. Do another poll. Oh, hold on, I'm looking at stuff. There we go. Wait. Top chat, live chat. There we go. Fix it there. Oh, I can see the poll over here too. Seti is an asshole. Can I do the AI voice? I mean, maybe later. I have to read. I have to read in order to do the narration voice. That's me narrating. Is the video voice, you know. So for some reason I can't really do it off the cuff. I have to read something. I'll display it for you guys later. Read into the Call of Duty zombie story? I have not read into the Call of Duty zombie story. I played Call of Duty zombies. In fact, that's the only way I really played Call of Duty, was zombies. My first Call of Duty and last Call of Duty that I ever owned was Call of Duty 2 Big Red 1 on the original Xbox. I never was a big shooter fan. I mean, and when I played zombies, it was like at friends' houses. So, but that was the only one I ever owned personally, and that was the only one I've ever played to completion. So, but I've seen, who's the one that I see the most from Call of Duty? The one I see the most recommended is Raul Menendez. It's either Mendez or Menendez. I don't know, but that's the number one Call of Duty villain recommendation that I see most often. So high S tier for Seti. That's fine. That makes sense. I would say I think right there is pretty good. Either like this or like this. It's interchangeable, I think. I mean, I feel like everyone above him is a lot worse, and then below, like, he was the leader of a nation, you know, enslaving people. Oh wait, no, hey, that's A. Wrong. Wait, I'm wrong. My bad. I was putting him in A. S. Sorry, he goes in. You guys said S? Yeah, S. Okay, my bad. So S. He. Let's see. Wrong. I was wrong. And now I am gonna be right by saying. Yeah, I guess. Someone said it already. I saw someone say above Proximus or below him. I think this is interchangeable, honestly. Oh, this is, and I got the wrong character. Look at me. Where's my head today? Wrong. Okay, hold on. Let me reorganize here. Where'd he go? There he is. Okay. Momentary lapse. Sorry. I had a wavelength coming into my head. I don't have any hair, so a lot of interference sometimes. You know, there's no barrier. Anyway, so I think right here makes sense because, like I said, you know, leaders of nations right here, or like would-be leaders of nations in Shen, makes sense to put him this high up. And then Proximus and him, I feel like they had Seti probably had more influence over more people, because Proximus is kind of in like a post-apocalyptic kind of era where there's less to mess with. So I don't know. I think that's fine. You know, Seti can go right there. My bad about the mix-up there, guys. But yeah, and G Massa, thank you for the $9.99. I appreciate that very much. Violet the Goat, thank you. I'm glad you think so. I've been known to bah, you know. Thank you very much for that. But I think that's good for Seti. That's good. Because he killed children worse than Proximus, that makes sense. Martin Walker is going to be a good episode. I agree, Probold. In fact, I think, you know, it's I don't know, I say that often, I guess, but I think it's one of the better videos that scripts I've ever written, so I hope you guys like it. Analyzing Evil Mr. Wongburger from Aqua Teen Hunger Force. Wait, now this is a man after my own heart. King Turkey Burgers, thank you for the $5. I actually was just watching Aqua Teen yesterday. Aqua Teen is my favorite adult animated show of all time. So I like, if I'm just in the mood, I'll put on an episode. So thank you for that. That's very good timing, King Turkey Burgers. We're getting a lot of super thanks. Hold on, guys. I'm gonna key up. Well, I'll say thank you in just a minute, Hiram. Just a minute. Let's queue up the next pick, which is Macronus from Gladiator 2. So yeah, I thought he was a cool character. You know, the movie. A lot of people weren't happy with the movie. I went into Gladiator 2 expecting it to be a historically inaccurate, fun movie about fighting and intrigue, and that's exactly what it was. So I wouldn't say I was disappointed with it. It was fine for what it was supposed to be, you know. Now the thing about him is he tried to do a lot of things, but I feel like he didn't really succeed. You know what I mean? He tried to take over Rome and failed. He had a pretty decent plot going for it, and his ambitions were like probably going to kill a lot of people, destroy a lot of people. Yeah, he didn't exactly have noble intentions. I feel like he would have destroyed Rome pretty much. Oh, that's what he wanted to do, was destroy Rome. So, how many people would have died? How many people? But that's the thing here. We can't really operate on shoulda, woulda, coulda. You know, I base these placements off of what they actually did. You know, so what he actually did is he tried and he failed. So I see you guys saying S, A+, and S+. We're gonna put the poll up again. And we'll see there. So the dude has a quick question, and I'm going to answer that while I put this poll up. He said, "Do I have a background in psychology?" And I actually do not. So I had this idea for this channel after watching Apocalypse Now back in the day, and the idea really just came off of my love for villains. You know, it wasn't for any sort of psychological thing, and I've just kind of learned as I've gone along. If I notice something about a character, well, especially I have a lot more knowledge on disorders and stuff now, like offhand, but I still need touch-ups because again, I don't have any degree in psychology or anything. But I just learn as I go along. You know, I look up symptoms. I kind of plug in. I even ask you guys sometime. I remember who I don't remember who it was. It's been so long now, but I remember asking in Discord for Daniel Plainview because I was like, what is this guy? Like, he's a narcissist, like, obviously, but there seems like there's more to it. And someone pointed out to me, you know, it's a narcissistic parent, which is a very interesting thing to be, which, you know, it brought a lot of context to the character and made me appreciate it even more. And that's what I really like to do, you know. It's delving into these characters and how they become who they are and why they do what they do really gives you more context into not only their person, but evil in general, and it's, you know, it's fun to learn about. But Hiram, thank you for the $5. You ever considered doing Dr. Maruki from Persona 5? So, it's Hiram again. I mean, I appreciate the 5, and again, that's a suggestion. And my answer to that is yes. I mean, I've considered doing all characters. I've seen them requested, I think, once or twice. But my philosophy is always, you know, if they're evil, I'll get to them eventually, you know. I don't know. I wouldn't say Dr. Maruki is a priority or anything, but I've seen requests for him. So someday, I'm sure. But anyway, what are you guys saying about Macronus? S, we think S or A+. So that seems about right to me. Honestly, I think just like with Ramesses, I think him straddling the line makes a lot of sense, you know, because he had more influence than the governor, definitely more influence than the Penguin. What he could have done, I don't know. Let me narrow it down a little more. I'm gonna do A+ and S this time, and see if we get a thingy here, a better result. Ask a question. Macronus. S, A+. Star pool. Okay, I want to narrow this one down just a little bit more. I think him being where'd he go? Right there. I think him being in between is fine, but I want to see what you guys think. So we got more for A+. More for A+ than we do for S. Much more for A+ than we do for S. Okay. Let's see. Oh, Carcella and Gaeta? I don't know. Probably an S somewhere, I'm sure. I think they'd go in S from Gladiator 2. So I'm just gonna go ahead and say I don't know. It's hard. No, I don't go based off intent mastermind. Well, thank you, Angel. I love you too. I don't go off intent. I go off of what they did. So let's do one more poll. We want to narrow this down. We got time. We got plenty of characters. We got enough characters to make, but we got time to hash it out a little bit more, make it a little more in depth. Hi. Actually, I know he's going to go high. So I'm going to give you guys this. Like, above the governor. How about... What is his name? Oh my god. What is his name? Cocteau. Dr. Cocteau. Doctor. I think either of these three make the most sense. I want to see what you guys think makes the most sense, though. So yeah, either above the governor, above Senator Armstrong, or above Dr. Cocteau, right here. Those are the three that I was like perusing the list, and I feel like he can't go any lower than that. But I feel like he could go above Armstrong, he could go above the governor, or he could go above Cocteau. I think those are all fair placements. Seems like it to me, at least. Who's your favorite non-supernatural villain? Oh, that's a good question. Oh, hi from Reykjavik. All the way from Reykjavik. Nice to have you here, Yatuk. My favorite non-supernatural villain? That's a good question. Maybe it's kind of basic, but I do love me Michael Corleone. Who else? Who else, though? Hans Landa. Do love Hans Landa. Anton Chigurh, wherever he is. He's also a big favorite. But who, though? Who's the definitive? Who's the definitive non-supernatural favorite? Frank Booth. It's Frank Booth. I don't know. That Blue Velvet, great movie. Makes me laugh. Ridiculous character. I love him. It's Frank Booth. It's got to be Frank Booth for me. He's my favorite non-supernatural villain. Okay, so we got the above the governor, 50%, 49%. Cool. So Macroness is staying right there. That's where good old Mackie goes. So let's go ahead. Oh, now we're on a very very evil set race of beings, because it's not really a character. The Coup. The Coup from All Tomorrows. Now, the Coup are definitely an S+. The Coup are definitely an S+. And I believe they go right here above the Ricotta. So let me explain. I know the Coup are considered, like, and rightfully so, some of the most evil creatures in all of fiction. The problem is, like, so you'd think, like, boom, right? Top of S+ was where the Coup goes. However, all these picks right up to right here, they're all presumed to be either direct manifestations or incarnations of evil, or the source of all evil, or just incredibly insane with their powers. Like this thing right here. Honestly, I feel like Now needs to be moved. Because if we're talking about the Coup warping life throughout galaxies, and Now is relegated to one galaxy and only has the potential to wipe out all life and get in the galaxy, but hasn't, I actually feel like Now needs to go right here now. And the Coup need to be right above Now. And then, like I said, okay, so Morgoth, the source of all evil in the Lord of the Rings universe. Source of evil. This is Mr. Shadow from The Fifth Element, source of all evil in that universe. Judge Holden, the devil. That's what I assumed him to be in my video. Hello, hair. This is Abraxas from Late Night with the Devil, also manifestation, incarnation of evil. Bill Cipher is an interdimensional evil, which is, the Coup, one universe, Bill Cipher, multiple universes. Sauron, representative of the creator of evil, the inheritor of the creator of evil, pretty much the devil number 2. And then Damien, the Antichrist from The Omen. Pazuzu, an actual demon, another incarnation of evil. And then Art the Clown is being pretty much set up to be a demon too. So these are all like incarnations of evil, directly evil, like inherently evil creatures. and then or create the source of evil in their respective universes. So the Coup, as evil as they are, they're not the source of evil in the universe. They're just this weirdly highly evolved, advanced creatures who have declared themselves godlike beings who shape the universe in any way they see fit with no regards to any life whatsoever. So, right, but so Trivy made a good point. He said, I don't think the Coup are evil because they're so advanced compared to humans. If they're evil, then everyone who swats a fly is evil too. So that is the thing. So I talked about this a lot in the All Tomorrows video. The Coup, they, according to them, they're not evil, right? Just as like Triffy said, a fly, according to us, we're not evil for swatting flies, right? But if a fly could talk, a fly would say, hey, it's pretty evil that you're killing all of us. You know what I mean? So according to flies, we're probably evil for killing them all the time. According to us, the Coup are evil. According to the Coup aren't evil. The Coup can do, they are higher beings than us, so they can determine what's moral and not, you know, because they win. You know, they're the winners. The victors, to the victors go the spoils. You know what I mean? But I personally think they're evil. You know what I mean? I wouldn't want to be at the end. I think what they're doing is evil. They're destroying all life in the universe or warping it to their own ambitions. So according to us, the Coup would be pretty damn evil. And so that's why I think they definitely deserve to be right here. In fact, this is one I'm not going to poll you guys on because, like I said, I'm pretty sure most of you are on board with them being horrific. And I think they deserve to go right here. I think that makes sense. Is Bill insane? I haven't read the Book of Cypher or the Book of Bill or whatever, so I don't know. I'm not sure about that. I have to get into Bill's backstory a little more. I haven't got to that part yet. But as for now, as for what I know, he's not. So I'm not going to factor in any information that I don't know yet. But yeah, so that makes sense for the Coup. Liminal, thank you for the $5. What would be your methodology researching evil historical figures if you were to do them? So, I would do, it depends on the figure, you know, so how much there is on them. One thing that, who said it? I saw something. So, when examining a historical figure, especially like, let's take a foreign one, for example. Let's say I was going to do... I'm gonna throw you a real off the wall one here. Let's say I was gonna do Korlugin Choibalsan, and I'm sure I pronounced that wrong, but he was the dictator of Mongolia during World War II. I believe he died a couple years before Stalin. You know, bad dude. And we have stuff written about him here in the West. You know, we have a couple biographies or whatever, I'm sure, documentaries maybe. But when examining someone foreign. Well, foreign to me, you know, it would be best to not just go with like stuff written about them in English, but to actually find someone who speaks Mongolian and have them give me a lowdown on like biographies from their country. So I would probably go with like a couple biographies and some biographies from that person's native country. I think they're speaking specifically about just doing a historical figure not from a movie, Liberty. I think that's what they mean. So just someone not from a movie or anything, you know, like Beria. I've mentioned Beria before. I would do documentaries. I would do a couple biographies. I wouldn't go crazy and read everything about them like I do with characters from fiction, because when you're tackling a character from fiction, there's a lot of like background information that gets, or little information that you might miss if you don't read everything or watch everything that they're in. What is with this hair? But with a real person, you know, biographies, they're going to be different, but and they're going to have a lot of the same stuff, you know. One biography isn't going to establish that, they were born a different date than another biography, for example. So I feel like two biographies would be pretty good. And then like some sources from their home country. So that's how I would do it. But thank you for the question. It's a very, very good question, Liminal. And I do plan on doing that in the future. Could I turn my mic volume down a little bit? So I might. Guys, is it too loud? Super Ender guy is saying my mic is too loud. But that could just be on your end, Super Ender, so I want to make sure before I turn my mic down. And do you guys think I should turn my mic down? Is it too loud? Anyway, I'm gonna queue up the next pick, the next placement while you guys are answering that. So Gravital is next, and they are from All Tomorrows as well. And I would say they go probably below the Coup, I think. Sounds fine for you guys. See, sorry, Super Ender. But the mic is. They say the mic is fine. So you might gotta turn your volume down or something. I'm sorry if it's too loud for you. But anyway, the Gravital are like the. I don't know. I'm gonna ask you guys because I just saw Nicholas say top of A+, and I'm interested to know. Let me see. Let's see. Yeah. Give me some reasonings, guys, for why you think the Gravital go in A+, because as far as I remember, they're pretty evil, you know, in that they did a lot of the same stuff as the Coup. Thank you for the $2, Fook. But no, probably not. I would not do that. I'm cool with historical figures and stuff, and I'm not really interested, as much as they are evil, obviously. No, that's not something I'm really interested in doing. They are tragic because they were corrupted by the Coup. But they have a lot of agency in comparison to the Coup. Yeah. The Gravital are worse than the Coup. Okay, so let's see. We got some deciding to do here. I saw A+, so I'm gonna do 3 options on a poll here. Gravital, because I do remember them waging war. You know, pretty much like against all life in the universe, or not universe, galaxy, and like trying to wipe out everything. Wasn't that what their whole shtick was? So I mean, if that's the case, shouldn't they be pretty high? Like they were warped by the Coup. But I don't know. I don't know. Let's see. Let's see what you guys say. Let's see what you guys say. See what you guys say. I definitely will someday, Tyrannotherium. Thank you for the compliment. I'm glad you enjoy my videos. Gravital were fully aware of the gravity of their actions. Good way to put it, Molat. Very good way to put it. Their society was shown to actually improving it better. Yeah. Yeah. Someone said, who said it? Sorry. Maybe below AM? Yeah. Maybe. Yeah, that might be. I think that's actually a good idea. Let me pull you guys on that now. Let me pull you guys on that. Gravital. Below AM. Higher. Lower. All right, let's go with that. See what you guys think about that. I feel like the below AM seems pretty good, but we'll see what you guys think. I know the gravity of the Gravital. We're trying to figure out the gravity of the Gravital's evil here. Based on how evil they are, James Flanagan. Based on how evil they are. They were a species with free will. They were. Griffith gotta have his own category. I feel you there. Oh, wow. Yeah, it's getting real good below the stone. I agree with you. This is a very highly advanced program you guys are seeing here. You know, it's AI is getting amazing. I mean, I'm not even real, as all of you know. Not even a real person. Below AM. Yep, okay. So we got 59% below AM. That makes sense to me. It seems like a good spot for them. It's AM. AM. Wait. Is it AM or is it A.M? Or is it an abbreviation? It's an abbreviation. Wait, no. It's not. It's just AM. I think. Yeah. What was I doing? What was I saying? Oh, yeah, Gravital. They're right there. That makes sense to me. No, they're not a hive mind, Elijah. They're they have free will. The Gravital have free will. Yeah, I think therefore I am. That's where Am's name comes from. I think therefore I am. That's why he's called Am. Okay, Omni-Man. Omni-Man's next, and so I know his character changes. I know his character changes. I don't know how yet. Please don't say any spoilers in the chat about Omni-Man. In the video, I specifically talked about how because most people they only watch the show, I only really covered where the show's gone so far. I haven't gone past where the show's at right now. So as of right now, we're ranking Omni-Man based on what he's like in the show as of now. This is going to change later, I'm sure. So Omni-Man as he is now, he's making a change. It looks like he's making a change. And he's poised to maybe, you know, take some responsibility for what he did and change his life around. However, he's done quite a lot. So I'm just going to slot him like right here for now, and I'm going to do a poll and see what you guys think. You know what? He's not, I don't, you know what? Let me give you like, I think 5 options here works. Hold on, because I feel like he could go here. He could go here. Oh no, 3 options. I'm sorry. I feel like 3 options work. I feel like these are the 3 right now, especially considering he's turning a page. You know, turning a page. So let me know. Let's see what you guys think. What you guys think? A+ by Darth Vader might be a good spot for him. Might be a good spot for him. Oh, we got a $10 donation. Belgium Doggo, thank you for the $10. Just what I needed for a relaxing weekend. The Wall of Evildoers, sponsored by Am. Thank you very much for that, Belgium. I'm glad you're having a relaxing time here. I do like, you know, keeping it cool and keeping it chill here. You know, when we're doing these cheerless streams, especially with this nice cafe music, copyright free. Isn't that cute? See you guys saying B tier. I see you guys saying B tier. I see a lot of B tiers for Omni-Man in the chat. But so far, I see A+ at 40% and B at 32%. Now that's interesting because the disparity is between A+ and B, which is interesting. So because I'm seeing B's in the chat, B's in the trap, I'm going to go ahead and do one more between A+ and B. And then we'll figure out where he goes after that. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Let's see. A+ and B. Yes, again, just the show version. Just the show version, ladies and gentlemen. Nothing, not Omni-Man as he's been completed throughout the comics. Just to where he's at in the show right now. As of Season 3. The end of Season 3. That is how we're ranking Omni-Man right now. Like I said, once I do, because my plan with Invincible is to cover each season as they come out. So once we get to the end of Invincible, his placement will probably change, from what I've heard at least. But as of right now, where he's at, where are we putting him? Next to Darth Vader is perfect. I think so. So A+ at 60%. I'm fine with him being A+ for now, considering from what we know. From what we know, he's trying to make a change, but that could change. You know, he could be fooling us. He could be saying he's going to make a change, and maybe he goes back to Earth and kills everybody, you know? I don't know. And that's the thing. And another thing, I see you guys saying B. One thing you got to remember, everybody, is this is my list with your guys' input. And we're not going to 100% agree on all these picks and placements. To do that would take an incredible amount of math being done for each character to divine every little which way that there would be, their placement would be perfect. So most people said we got 60% for A+. See a lot of people saying below Darth Vader, which I don't even think he's evil as Grievous. Or Makima. Or Jobu. I think he goes like right there. As of right now. I think, at least. I think. It is a bit different, Anga. Yes, it is. This is my speaking voice. I do a little narration stuff for the videos. But I think that's fine for Omni-Man. Like I said, you guys said A+. And this seems okay to me. We could nitpick about the couple of spots down or whatever. But like I said, this one I don't feel like we need to go too in depth about his placement at the moment, because it's probably gonna change. You know what I mean? By the time because Invincible probably won't, season 4 probably won't come out until next year. So probably around this time next year, he's gonna be placed somewhere else. You know what I mean? So I think this is fine to keep him where he's at right now. Just wanted to say that I love being able to be part of this community. Every video is an event, and I can't wait for more. Well, thank you, Elijah. Thank you for the $5, and I appreciate the kind words. And for being the Dark Lord channel. You got to give me $25 a month, Elijah. $5 more. Come on now. That's a little much, okay? But I appreciate it. Thank you, Elijah. Elijah, I love having you here. We all do. So, yeah, Omni-Man, I think he's fine to keep him where he is right now. Like I said, probably going to change in a year, you know, when season 4 comes out. And then, yeah, we'll see then. But now we got one, Mason Verger, who's definitely getting his ass thrown up here somewhere. Yeah. Yeah? Like somewhere here? Is Chucky worse? Yeah, Chucky's a little worse. Nah. Honestly, no, maybe he's okay. Let's see. Let's do a poll here. But he's going an S+. I mean, we don't gotta ask about where Mason is, what tier he's going in, because Mason going in S+. Mason going in S+. But where? Let's see. So I think right above Chucky. Let's do this. I don't think he goes like up here with the supernaturals or the, like, you know, heavy hitters. This kind of seems like the stopping point right here for Mason, because these are like supernatural, Dark Lord-esque, you know, genocidal maniacs up here. So let's go right above Chucky, below Jack, or of Longlegs. Okay, I think those are, so like above Longlegs right here, above or below Jack, from Jack, the house that Jack built, or above Chucky. Let's see what you guys think. Right above Chucky. Yeah, see, that was my initial. I wanted to give you guys a couple options, but I feel like right above Chucky is good. You know, I think right above Chucky is good. Aiden, that is something that another viewer brought up to me recently. Ian, our dear Ian, who is often with us on the other channel. Aiden says Cersei should be an A+. We are going to and I'm not going to do this for every character, guys. I'm not going to do this for every character. Ian made a good point about Cersei. I still think she needs to go where she is, personally. But we're gonna reevaluate her pick at the end of the, well, once we get done ranking everybody else. So right above Chucky, I think that's perfect. I think that's perfect. Right above Chucky. Let's keep Mason there. Definitely not a good guy. Yeah. Mason is from the third Hannibal Lecter movie. What's in between Judge Holden and Morgoth? That is Mr. Shadow, who is the like representative of evil in the Fifth Element universe. That's what that is. Okay, definitely happy with Mason being right there. Mason Verger, scum of the earth, definitely deserves to be an S+ right there. Okay, now these two, I've debated putting Kirill on here. I don't even know if I'm gonna place him, but I don't know. A fair amount of you watched the Eastern Promises video, which was a nice surprise because that is one of my favorite movies. So I was very, very pleased to see that. Thank you, Mr. Drew. I'm glad you like it. You can thank Sometimes Thumbnail Guy, who in the Discord server. He's the architect of that. But this is Semion from Eastern Promises, and he is a Russian mob boss who ran like a sex slave operation. Murdered. Did he murder her personally? I think he murdered her personally. Murdered a prostitute that he brought over, by the way, and tricked. He tricks women to come over from Russia and Ukraine and Belarus, you know, all the former Soviet republics probably, to come and work for him in New York. Or London, sorry. London to be prostitutes. And he tricks them. Like says, oh, we're gonna take you to London and have you be a singer or an actress. And then he puts them into prostitution. So, and then in the plot of the movie is like he's responsible for this girl's murder, this girl's death. And then she has a baby, and he orders his son to murder his own child. It's his own. She was having his own child, and she was like 13 or something. This girl. There's Above Noah Cross. I think that's a good spot for him. I think that's because Noah Cross very similar. Noah Cross very similar. That's a good point. Who said that? Kenneth. That was a good point. Noah Cross very similar. So, yeah, I think that's honestly. I'm gonna poll you guys just a little bit, but I think that's pretty good, you know, for Semion. Let me go ahead. Let's see. I'm gonna do a couple. I'm gonna do a little searching because let's see, where could he possibly go, if not above Noah Cross? He could. I don't think. I don't know. The bottom of S plus. He could potentially bottom of S plus. He could potentially go in the bottom of S plus. I'll just keep that as an option. But above Noah Cross. Above Noah Cross or above David? Or in between David. I think these are good options. Hold on. I got this. Check that out. Check those 4 options. Let me know what you think about that. Those seem like good placements for Semion, for me. Yes, that's Jack from the house that Jack built, Amir. Oh, sorry, Dom. Thank you for the $10, Dom. Thank you very much for that. Can you say hello? Oh, here, you want me to read? I'll read. All right, hold on. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 666th. Oh, hello, everyone, and welcome to the 666th episode of Analyzing Evil, featuring the arch nemesis of Dr. Pepper, Mr. Pibb. There you go. There you go. Dom, gave me something to read, and that's how it comes out when I read something. But thank you for the $10, Dom. I hope that tickled your fancy. I hope you got your money's worth with that little narration. Okay, so we got 45% for above Noah Cross. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense to me. I just threw those other picks on there because they seem possible. And that makes sense to me. So Kirill is his son. And I put him on here just because I didn't want to leave him off just in case. But I mean, as far as I know, he was complicit in his father's organization. His father ordered him to murder that baby, but then Viggo Mortensen's character, I forget his name, which, you know, good on me for being one of my favorite movies. He stopped him from killing the baby. Was remorseful. Wasn't really as ruthless as his father. Yosef Tarasov? That makes sense. Because Yosef never was repentant for anything he did, and they're kind of actually birds of a feather, right? Russian mob boss son who becomes a part of the organization. Russian mob boss Russian mob boss's son. Difference between Kirill and Yosef is Yosef felt some remorse. I mean, Kirill felt some remorse for what he did. Yosef never did, you know? So I think that's pretty good. That's a perfect spot for me. Left of Litolka. Oh, that's the Overlook Hotel from The Shining. That's what that is. I know, kind of confusing, just a house, you know? But yes. It's just a tier update, Dryden, not a reshuffling. I'll probably do another reshuffling in the future. But holy hell, was that reshuffling taxing, because that was a 12-hour stream. And now there's even more characters. It's gonna be more than a 12. It would probably have to be like broken up into multiple streams to do a reshuffling, which would be fine. That'd be cool. But no, not yet. Not yet. Maybe once we get to like 300 episodes, maybe then we'll do it. But good question. Hi, the Camino Life, thank you for the $2. Hi, Viola, I love the work, much love. Thank you. Appreciate it, Camino, and appreciate you for being here and donating to the channel. I appreciate that very much. Yeah, each will only get longer. Exactly, Brett. Exactly. So yeah, Kirill. Oh, did he, Elijah? Yeah, he might have. He might have. I don't know. Yeah. No, I'll split it. Dryden. No, so I did the reshuffling all in one stream the first time because I wasn't prepared for it to take that long. You know what I mean? I didn't think it was going to take 12 hours. So I was like, yeah, it'll be fine for one stream. But now that I know it takes 12 hours, at that point, you know, now it's going to take longer now, I'm going to split it up next time. 24-hour stream challenge? Oh, God. I'm old, guys. I'm an old head. I'm going to be 32 this year. You can't expect me to stay up 24 hours straight anymore. Come on now. They'd kill me. My heart can't take it. Look at this hairline. Or absence of one. I can't take it. Heart can't take it. But anyway, we'll do, let's see. I see some people saying Kirill's placement isn't exactly correct. So let's go Kirill. Eastern Promises. Stay where he's at. Low S, higher in A+. Okay, I'll give you guys that option. Nobody go anywhere. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Take me 2 seconds. See? 2 whole seconds. Count them. I never lie. A vile eye never lies. Ugh. Let's see what you guys are saying. 54% for stay where he's at. Alright. That makes sense to me. Okay. Alright, so that's Kirill. From the Eastern Promises. Hairlines at eyebrow levels? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. This is my hairline right here. Right, Ian. Right, you're right. See, so that makes sense with him being here. I think that makes sense. Being right below Yosef. Thank you for that context, Ian. Okay, now we're on to the Penguin from the Batman Returns. Batman Returns. And yes, I did. Jadankolich. Nice name, by the way. Key and Peele reference. So, the Penguin from Batman Returns. Another tragic character. Definitely didn't want to be who he was. That's all right, Tracy. That's all right, Tracy and the MD. At least you guys are here now. Nice. Welcome, guys. We still got plenty to go through here. We got plenty to go through. You might have missed the first hour, but we got plenty to go through here still. So don't worry. Don't you worry. Now the Penguin Yeah. Tragic. And we can't, like I said, we don't really go off intent here. So he tried to, like, blow up Gotham with penguin bombs. You know? Robberies, murders, tragedy, criminal. Let's see. Let me look at other tragic criminals. Tragic criminals. He did kidnap children, that's true. But again, Super Ender Guy, we don't go off of was gonna destroy all of Gotham. We go off of did destroy all of Gotham, and he did not do that. So, I mean, we'll factor in that he intended to do that. I don't know. I'm gonna throw him right here real quick, and we're gonna poll it. We're gonna give it a poll. We're gonna give it a poll for you old pengy dude. Penguin. A plus. A. I'm pretty sure he doesn't. Hello? Oh, I was like, can I not tab in this thing? What is going on here? Get off, caps lock. A or B. B movie. Okay. What do we think? What do we think about ye old Penguino? Based on how evil they are, I am not real. And you know what? Since I am not real, ask that question for anyone new just tuning in. I'll go ahead and enlarge the criteria for each tier, so you guys can read that while we vote on the Penguin. If anyone would like to read that. Love the vids, man. Thank you, Bailey, for the $2. Excuse me. Anything for Outlast or GTA? Both, yeah. Both are kind of on my radar. Outlast. I started playing the Outlast. I've never played any other Outlast games, but I started playing the Outlast Trials with a couple friends when it came out. It's a fun game. Cool theme. So yeah, you know, I'm sure. I'll get to Outlast soon enough, and GTA stuff eventually. Yeah, he wanted to blow up Gotham, but didn't. So 49% for A+, that's a pretty sizable margin for A+. Now, let me think of where he would potentially go. I think I saw someone say either above or below Titan. You say Ian said above Titan. I would say below Titan, because I feel like Titan might have actually been more responsible for more deaths. Potentially. I mean, we don't know that, but he did like knock that building down. I don't know. Okay, let's add that. We're gonna poll it. We're gonna poll it. That's how we figure it out. That's how we figure it out. Right above Titan. Right below Titan. Higher in A+. Lower in A+. Okay. I think below Titan makes sense, personally, but we'll see what you guys say. But yes, I am where I'm only ranking the characters that I've covered so far, and I have not covered a little devious little flower yet. So, any plans on covering more Tim Burton stuff? Yeah. Well, I mean, yes. Not like concrete plans, but I do want to get through a lot of his works. You know, I do want to. Actually, I might do that this year. Might do. Keyword is might. Okay, remember that I said might. I might do Oogie Boogie for October this year. That sounds like a good idea. Or is he more a Christmas villain? Nightmare Before Christmas. So maybe I do Oogie. What do you guys think? Oogie Boogie, is Oogie Boogie a Christmas villain or a Halloween villain? Which one is Oogie Boogie? Oh yeah. Sorry. Whoop. Someone pointed out you need to see the faces. There you go. I'll leave the voting open for a little longer because I had the text over over the characters. So if you guys want to reevaluate your vote real quick. Toxic Centurion, welcome here. Welcome, nice to see you here. Not Sweener, that's me. I'm not Sweener. I'm a totally different guy. He's Halloween, Christmas. Ooh, that's, see, he's both. You're right, he's both. So Halloween, Christmas. Yeah, he hates Christmas. Titan's motivation was less understandable. I agree with that, Tracy. I agree with that. You know what I could do? You know, it's something stupid. I mean, I'm not gonna actually do it, but that'd be funny if I did. What if I did? Like half of the Oogie Boogie episode I released on Halloween, and then the other half I released on Christmas. Just be like, you know, he's both. He's got to be on both, or just release the video on Halloween and then re-release it with like one sentence added on Christmas. So yeah, I could do that. Double the boogie. Double the boogie. That's true, Steve. That's true. They would be fun to see, Jorgen. They would. Okay, so it looks like we got 49% for Right Below Titan. We're gonna keep Ye Old Penguin from Batman Returns right below Titan. Now, how about Catwoman? I mean, did she kill anyone in Batman Returns, or did she just hurt people and steal? I don't remember. I don't remember if she actually, besides Max Shrek, did she kill anyone besides Max Shrek? Release it on Thanksgiving. There you go. Release it on Thanksgiving. Yes, it would take a double hit. Neat. It'd be a funny idea though. Below Baby Jane. We got 2 for Below Baby Jane. Right, she killed Max, but that was kind of, yeah, he kind of deserved that, you know. I can't give you a when, Onyx. Thank you for the $5 though. I appreciate that. Where would I rank him though? Probably like, just off the top of my head, I don't know, somewhere like here, because I feel like Cell was not nearly as evil as Frieza, but I think he would go there. It's been a while though since I've watched the Cell saga, so I'd have to reevaluate. Yeah, I'm not sure, but yes, I can't tell you when. But I do need to get into the Dragon Ball stuff more. It's been a while since I covered Frieza. So, someday soon. Someday soon. Stepdad, he goes up with Gingy. So, you know, he's one of the other Dark Lords of the multiverse. So I'm seeing C's and B's. Manipulating the Penguin. Yeah, no. I don't consider her murder of Max to be like anything damning to her character, because yeah, he tried to kill her, so it's not exactly like she did it for no reason. Catwoman, so I'm pretty sure B or C is the general consensus here. Let's go. Kafka, Franz Kafka, the Mad Clown. Catwoman above Griffith, pizza rolls. Now you're just talking to talk. Catwoman above Griffith. Come on now. Damn, that's a lot for C. That's a lot for C. Oliver Saxon, question mark? I don't know what that means. Mr. Nobody. With the Pulp Fiction thieves. Yeah, but they're like, the Pulp Fiction thieves are murderers. You know what I mean? Oh, you mean here. I see what you mean. These I thought you were talking about these Pulp Fiction gangsters. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. With the thieves. Maybe like there. Okay, that's a lot for C. So we're gonna say C. Now I'm gonna do a little bit more. We're gonna go Catwoman. Stay where she's at. Higher. Add an option. Lower. Where would we like Catwoman to go? In C tier. Just in C tier. Higher, where she's at in C tier, a little higher in C tier, or a little lower in C tier. Let me know. Yes, we do, Toxic. We do talk about the other one. In fact, thank you, Toxic, for the Canadian $5. Appreciate that very much. I was going to let you guys know. Some of you, or a lot of you, are probably aware of it anyway. I do have another channel now, and I do stream Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday, playing games. Don't really do anything villain-wise. It's a much different vibe over there than over here. It's not as relaxing. You know, I'm being a little crazy. I'm having fun. It's my little outlet for fun. And once this stream is over, I'm going to head over there and stream over there. So if anyone wants to hop over and join the party, you're more than welcome to. You're more than welcome to. I'll put a link when we get to that point for anyone who wants to join. Stay where she's at. So we got 68% for stay where she's at. Next highest is lower at 28. So 68. I think she's staying where she's at. I think she's staying where she's at. Okay. Where's Dexter Morgan? Dexter Morgan right there in beautiful blue, in high B tier. Yeah, I get a little goofy over on the other channel. It's my goofy outlet. But Max Shrek. So now we got the guy who tried to kill her in the movie, who is an unrepentant businessman. He seemed like he'd do pretty much anything to make money, you know, including murder people. So if we're going businessman, where's Logan Roy? Where are you, Logan? Where are you? Where the hell is he? Is he not in A? Logan? Mr. Roy? Where's Logan? Somebody find him for me. Somebody find Logan for me. I can't. My vile eyes aren't working. My vile eyes aren't working. Why can't I find him? Why can't I find A+? Yeah, A+ for Shrek, but where the hell is Logan Roy? Oh, right there. Boom. Right there. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you. I think he goes above Logan Roy. I think that makes sense. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Let me pull you guys though. Let's see. Max Shrek. I think it's wait. You know, I don't know if it's with this. Whatever. We're just gonna spell it like Shrek from Shrek. Stay where he's at. Higher. Lower. Just like Logan, you know, businessman. A bit more murderous though. You know what I mean? So let's see what you guys think. Logan's high because he had so much influence over media that in the show they talk about how, or he admits about how he's like influenced wars and like foreign policy and stuff like that to make money for himself. So it's implied that Logan Roy could be responsible for like some bad stuff that's happened during wartime. You know what I mean? Just to make himself money. That's the only reason. He manipulates the news media for his own benefit, and at the end there, he was willing to prop up a guy who was a Nazi, you know, so head in an even worse direction. He does love his son. Max loves his son. That's true. Yeah, indirectly. Logan probably killed people indirectly. Yes, it's just Logan from Succession, because that's the only one that I covered. So we got 66% for stay where he's at for Max Shrek. So that's a pretty, again, sizable margin for a placement. So I think Max, good old Maxie, he's gonna stay right there where he's at. Very good. I like that placement. Now, so this is a weird one. I didn't really know what to put for this. This is Iron Lung. And in Iron Lung, I talked about like potentially the thing that eliminated almost all life in the universe being evil. The two factions that are left alive in that universe being evil. I don't know what to... COI. See, that's the thing, Ian, is I didn't know what to put for a picture. You know what I mean? It's not the... That's what I'm saying. I need to talk to you guys about this. So, we need a... Yeah, okay, hold on, everybody. Let me finish my spiel. I want to add the two governments, but I don't know what to put for a symbol. There is no symbol for these governments in the game. Let me look. Iron. So what am I putting for a picture? You know, that was my thing. I needed to know what I'm putting here for a picture. The COI and the other one. What is the other one? Well, the other one is called the... Hey, get out of here. Eden? Is it just Eden? Yeah, Eden. Okay. So, I mean, I didn't make any for the video. I used an American flag and and the hammer and sickle, and I don't really want to put that as a symbol for something that's not that. Let me think here. So, COI, maybe, you know what? We're gonna do this. It's gonna be weird for anyone who doesn't know. Who isn't here right now, watching later. This might be a little strange, especially if they don't listen to this part. But we're gonna do... Yeah, sure. Why not? That's fine enough. That's fine enough. We'll put that right there. And then... hold on, I'm gonna move this real quick because I don't want you guys to see any potential files that are for videos and stuff. You know, I like to keep some stuff to me. Let's go ahead and stick. Yeah, okay. All right, that works. That works. All right, so let's call, because the evil, like what happened in Iron Lung, we can't really figure that out. You know what I mean? It's all speculation. So let's just rank the COI and Eden. And let's use this image for the COI, and let's use the snake with the apple for Eden. Now I'm gonna open this one up to all of you. I'm not even sure here. So I want this to be a group effort, and we're gonna put like I guess I'll just do all the tiers that make sense to me. Like I don't think they should go any lower than that. So let me see what you guys think. For the COI, the consolidation of iron in Iron Lung. COI is next to Fedra. I could see that. I could see that. They are a futuristic, post-apocalyptic government. It's Chris, that oversees one of the last remnants of human civilization. And they have this really weird system of punishment, where they force people to go on these expeditions that, like, murder them. I think that's a pretty good summation. And we see S. S is 40% for S. Interesting. No, it's not the... we're not... Yeah, so we're not... I'm just using the monster image for the COI, just because it's recognizable. It's got a little bit of lore. It's honestly not that. It's a decent amount of lore, but not that much. Yeah, I'm looking forward to his movie. It should be pretty cool. I want to see what they got cooking with that movie. So we got 36 for S and 30 for A. So we're gonna pull again. Bye, Toxic. Thank you for stopping by. Bye. Thank you for being here. I hope to see you later on in the other stream. COI. Let's go. We had mostly S and A. So we're going to do S and A. Well, what do you guys think about that? For the COI, the consolidation of iron. Yeah, it's hard to rank them too because you don't know them that much. Yeah, kind of like Pony Express. Boar. Kind of like Pony Express. Yeah, yeah. Why do you guys think the COI should go in S? I see the argument for A, but I do want to see the argument for S tier for the COI. Oh, I should probably yeah, that's a good point, Incredible. I'm gonna ask you guys about that in a second. We'll get back to what you just said in a minute, Incredible. I don't know, Jorgen. I'm not sure yet. And Super Swear, it's Spec Ops: The Line is the next video. Anyone who voted S for the COI, can you explain a little more why you said S? The Asteromorphs E? I don't think so. I think they were okay, you know? I mean, maybe the Asteromorphs need to go on here, but I don't know. Proportion? Okay, I see proportion. Mob justice? Yeah. It's not really a corporation, Kiki. It's more so a government, you know? Did I talk about the Asteromorphs? Okay, we'll put the Asteromorphs in. I have not seen Thunderbolts. Generational long-reaching system of evil. Okay. Well, I'm gonna meet you guys in the middle then, because we seem pretty deadlocked on S and A. So I'm just gonna put them in A+. And I'm gonna put them like right there. Final decision from me on this one, because like I said, deadlocked. That when it's deadlocked, I gotta make a decision, and if we don't make it, if I don't make a decision, we could be here for the next 3 hours talking about why they need to be where they are. So it was 50-50 between S and A, so I'm sticking them in A+, right there. Now Eden, I don't know about. So I think what we know about Eden in Iron Lung is only comes from the COI. So I actually I'm erring towards putting them here, because we actually never hear we actually never hear anything from Eden about Eden. So, from all we know, everything that the COI claims they did could be propaganda. So, yeah, let's see. Is Eden too ambiguous to rank? So for anyone who doesn't know, in Iron Lung, there's two different, like, governments left. It's Eden, which is like the leftovers of a Mars colony, and then the COI, which is like the leftovers of Earth. And one, I forget which one is like the other, but one of them is kind of like America and the USSR in the Cold War. And so it just feels like they're too ambiguous to rank because, again, the only thing we learn about Eden and Iron Lung is from the COI. We know nothing about them other than what the COI says about them. So in all, it's very possible that they haven't done anything wrong. You know, how do we know? We don't know anything. So I'm gonna ask you this question first: is Eden too ambiguous to rank? Let's see what you guys say. Some of it could be true. And I mean, that's the thing. Like, you know what I should do? You know what I'm going to do? Ah! No! Look away. Hold on. You know what I should do? I wonder if I can put this up twice. I can. All right. I can. So what I'm doing now, they seem too ambiguous to rank. But for the interest of maybe ranking them based on what we've seen, we'll put them in two spots. We'll put two spots. Eden. I don't think they go any higher than what I'm about to lay out for you guys here. So yeah, we'll keep them in. They're too ambiguous, but also if we're going by what the COI says, how are we ranking them? Let me know. Let me know what you guys think. And while you guys are doing that, let me add in Harvey from the substance. Yeah, I don't think Elizabeth needs to be on here. I don't think Elizabeth needs to be on this list. She didn't really do anything other than, you know, want to use the substance. So, but Sue was like destroying her life, and Harvey is a scumbag. So let me go ahead and throw them in. Boom. And boom. Okay. Now we got those guys in too. Bam. Wingo. Nah, I don't think so, Darth. Adipose. I think they're animals, you know, too ambiguous for me. I don't even want to like put them up, you know. A for Eden, A or B. Okay, so I'll do an A or B. Jorgen, I understand that you want to ask these questions, but they're very close to being suggestions, and I don't have all the answers for who I'm going to cover in the future. So, what MCU villains will I cover? All of them. You know what I mean? That's my answer. So let's see. Eden, A, B. We'll do this and then we'll move on. Should be real quick. A or B. I'll break the tie if I have to. It's all right, Jorgen. It's all right. Like I said, I understand. It's hard for me to say, you know. Oh, they are the same person. You're right, Space Cowboy. But so we'll consider this Sue and Elizabeth together then. Sue. This is the bad part of Elizabeth, so we'll just go with that. The frog. What frog? What frog are we talking about, Big C? Oh, you mean the animal from Iron Lung? It's just an animal, you know. I wouldn't call it evil. So no, I'm not gonna add the frog from Iron Lung. Dun, dun, dun. So A 43, B 57. So that's a bigger margin for B. We'll just put them here. Makes sense. Based on what we know, you know, from the COI, they could be evil. They could not be. High B seems good to me. Silly recommendations ranked? Yeah, we could do that for 10 hours. All my April Fool's picks. That'd be a long video. Real long stream. No, it'd be fun though. We got one, but that's no fool. There ain't no fooling right here. Gingy is evil. Gingy is evil. Real evil. We all know that. All right. So now we're on to the substance. The substance. So the liquid is meant to represent the people who make the substance. Now, I believe in the video I made the argument that, like, it seems like whoever made the substance, they're either, like, trying to test it on the down low, or they're doing it to punish people. Because they're very vague with their instructions. They really don't seem to care about anyone who takes it. I don't know. It's hard. It's difficult. Let's see what you guys think. This is another one that's very ambiguous. You know, people who made, because we don't know. We don't know what the intent the makers of the substance had. Let's give you guys 4 options here. Actually, I'm gonna give you guys more than 4 options because depending on whether or not they're like, oh wait, no, I'll give you 4. It only lets me give you 4. So, we'll see if it's majority like A and A plus. I might throw in another one with B. But let's see what you guys have to say. So this is the people who made the substance. What do we think? It's very ambiguous. You know, it could be they made it because they want to punish people. You know, they like seeing pretty and desperate people hurt. They're trying to test it to get it on the market, but they didn't get approval from the government or something. Who knows? You know. So, but you guys, it seems like you're leaning more towards the malice end because we got 37 for S, 36 for S. Let's see. Jacob. So, the substance is a liquid that you can use to create a younger version of yourself. To, I don't know, live your life over, kinda. But if you don't follow their rules exactly, it like kills you. Causes you to decay. Your alternate personality can like try to murder you because they want to be in control all the time. Because like seven a week on, a week off, you share with your person. And we don't know where this liquid that does this stuff comes from. It's very secretive. And we're not given much details as to why they're giving people the substance. You know, I don't know. I don't think I've seen this stuff, Ego. Exploitative company, but are targeting emotionally volatile and vulnerable people. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, I've heard of Record of Ragnarok. Seems cool. Okay, so we got 42 for S. So that's pretty big, honestly. I'll go ahead and throw another poll up for S and A plus. I feel like those are the two who made the subset. It was more so towards the A side than it was towards the S plus side. Wait. There we go. So let's do this. real quick. Because they knew it didn't matter, Ubermensch. Because they knew that because of the nature of these people, they are, it could have been that, like, they were banking on the fact that the people who want this substance are inherently selfish and greedy, and so they knew they could very well predict the result. You know what I mean? That's the possibility with the punishment thing. So, company used people's experiments. Where would the meth from Breaking Bad? A. Rax, you know, high, I suppose. Yeah, high A+, Blizzard Fox. Oh, yes, I do, Jorgen. I have plenty of knowledge of Pokemon. Pokemon was my very first game. I haven't played, I've sort of played Sword and Shield, but I haven't played Scarlet and Violet. I have a Living Dex on my Ultra Sun cartridge, though. Well, no. I have a Living Dex up to Gen 7, and it's in Pokemon Home. Yeah, but I know a lot about Pokemon. Deadlocked. Okay, pretty even between S and A, with S being... I mean, it's very ambiguous, too. So, I don't know. We'll just stick them... We'll keep them there. That's fine. Yeah, we'll keep them where they're at. Bottom of S. Don't know too much about the substance. There's a lot of weird stuff around it, though. I feel like that's okay. Hello there, Luke. How you doing today? But now we're on to Sue, and so Sue's the one, you know, the alternate version of the main character who ends up trying to stay in her body, which causes them harm. But she doesn't necessarily want to see her die. She just wants to be in the spotlight all the time. I don't know. Yeah, C or B. I mean, C or D. Yeah, because she didn't really try to. I don't know. Hold on. Let's do a poll. Let's do one of them fancy old polls. Sue, the substance. B. Wait. Yeah, B. B, C, or D. I don't think she goes higher than that. Let's see what you guys think. See what you guys think. Because again, she was more like, I don't know, using Elizabeth, not trying to kill her. But then that killed her. That ended up killing them both. Analyzing Evil Team Rocket. Hey, you never know. You never know. Anyone curious, my favorite Pokemon is Weezing. I'm a Weezing fan. Weezing is my favorite. Oh, look at that. I said it before Jorgen even put the question in. It's Weezing. It's my favorite Pokemon. Okay, so what do we got here? C, 44, D, 27. Oh, there's more so B. Okay, so we're thinking B or C at this point for Sue. So B or C. So if I was going to put her in B. If I were to put her in B. Yeah, Blanche. Right around Blanche, I suppose. Someone said that. I saw someone say that. If I was going to put her in C, though, I'd put her around Baby Jane. Huh. It's very close, though. So C is the majority with 40%, but we got 32% for B and 29% for D. So that's... I feel like then she needs to go like here. I feel like she needs to go like right here. Let's see what we think about that. Let's see what we think about that. Sue, substance. Stay higher. Lower. Let's see what you guys think about that. Let's see what you guys think about that. Yeah, I put her higher than Baby Jane. Like I think she's worse than Baby Jane. Yeah. But I don't know if she should go higher than or the humans from the Matrix, the world of the Matrix, for causing the machines to do what they did, you know? Let's see what you guys think. Who's Baby Jane? She's from Whatever Happened to Baby Jane. Great movie from the 50s, 60s, one of the two. Yeah, it's kind of like not taking care of yourself. Baby Jane really sick, though. You know what I mean? Above Salieri? No, Salieri... I wouldn't put him above Salieri. Salieri, like, killed a dude on purpose. But Sue, at least, was, like, not really trying to kill Elizabeth. Or both of them. She was just trying to stay alive longer. So we got 59% for stay. That sounds good. Good to me. The Pleasant Eye. That's me. You know, in this version of me, I'm the Pleasant Eye. I'm a very sweet man, they say. I don't know. So they say. Harvey. Now Harvey from The Substance. He's pretty much like is a Hollywood scumbag person. I think we can kind of use Harvey for Harvey and for like guys like him. I don't know though, because Harvey's like, we don't know if he's done anything beyond be a misogynist pig. You know what I mean? Like, is he just a scumbag where he like hires pretty girls and throws them out when they get too old? Houston, really? I'm gonna go ahead and mute you because this is not how we do things here, buddy. Put you in timeout. Thank you, Triffy. The Coup are right there. You could have asked once and I would have told you. Yeah, I'm a little busy. Thank you. Yeah. Harvey. Yeah, he's a bit vague because we don't know. I was going to say, we don't know if Harvey's just like a guy who picks up young starlets or young stars to put in movies. And then once they're, you know, old and not pretty anymore, pretty to him, he throws them out and gets the new one in. Or is he Harvey, like Harvey Weinstein? You know what I mean? We don't get that though. We don't get any indicators that Harvey is like taking advantage of these girls like a Harvey Weinstein did. So because we don't get that, he was based on him, but again, we never get any confirmation that he did anything like Harvey Weinstein. So let's see. Let me. I don't know. Hold on. Harvey Substance. So I don't think he goes, especially not knowing that we don't know that he's assaulted anyone. I'm gonna go ahead and say these are the best options here, and see what you guys think. Yeah, it's more like using people. It's not right. We never know. We never get any knowledge of him assaulting anyone. Yeah, he was just a horny scumbag, misogynist movie executive, movie producer. You know what I mean? So he's a scumbag. More than anything, Harvey is a scumbag. He's not like a criminal necessarily. He's a scumbag. That's the best way to put it. Above Jordan Belfort. Where's Jordan? Gotta be down here somewhere. Yeah, right here. Honestly, this would make sense to me. Like grouping him with these guys, maybe higher than them. Maybe. I mean, these guys could potentially be responsible for the loss of like thousands of jobs and dollars. You know, so. But this guy could be responsible for ruining or making careers, potentially facilitating assault and other crimes. I don't know. C is 31, 25 for B and A, with an A plus at 18. That's tough. That's tough. That's a tough result for this poll here. That's a tough result for this poll here. The tough result for this poll here. Above the detective from Insomnia. Okay, we're gonna narrow it down even more. We're gonna narrow it down even more. That was a very tough result. A very inconclusive. Harvey from The Substance. Boop. A, B, or C. A, B, or C. Great Master Great One. We're only ranking characters that I've covered in the last 6 months. So for rankings on past characters who were in videos before the last 6 months, you're gonna have to go back and watch other streams or tier list videos to find that out. Patrick Bateman was not ranked today. He was ranked, I think we ranked him again last stream or something because of the remaster. Let's see. C. Okay, so now we got a very clear result for C. Okay. I think he's good where he's at. I think that's pretty good. Above Stellan Skarsgård's detective, not Al Pacino's. Yeah, well, he's in B, and most people's, we got 62% for C right now, guys. So it looks like C. I think this is good. You know, scumbag businessman with the other scumbag businessmen. Seems good to me. Like I said, they could be interchangeable. Like, let's do it right there. Oh, right there. Right there. Right there. Let's see. I'm gonna go. We've established C, and I'm gonna go off my judgment here. And these two are potentially responsible. Potentially is the key word here. More like pretty verifiably responsible for thousands of people losing their livelihoods and possibly jobs, whereas his crimes are on a much more personal level and lesser. You know, because as far as we know, he's just a scumbag Hollywood executive who's probably ruined a lot of girls' hopes and dreams over the years. These guys cause people to lose a lot of money and jobs. You know, these guys could have caused people to lose their houses, their livelihoods. You know, so that seems good. That seems good. Now, but now we got Odin. Odin. Odin can't go any. Okay, let's do a poll, baby, because Odin. Odin. It's got to be S or S plus. There's no way he's going any lower than that. That's for sure. Yes, the all fucker. Odin the all fucker. So Odin is a godlike figure who is responsible for a lot of crimes, a lot of tragic stuff in the God of War universe. Odin's definitely insane. So he has that, like, working for him, I guess you could say, when ranking him. But it's insanity of his own creation. And he's pretty much like a cult leader who destroyed his people, was willing to destroy his people to obtain knowledge of everything, you know? I don't know. We got a lot of S pluses. We got 78% for S plus, 80% for S plus for Odin. Okay. So that's a very, very big margin right there. So Odin, where in S plus is the question. So let me look real quick. Where would I put Odin? If I were going to put him in S+, I would put him here. Wait, here. Why would I put him there? Because I think everything above him is worse. Destroying the world, you know, madness, destroying the world for power, destroying the world for power, destroying the world for power. Not necessarily trying to destroy the world, but willing to do it to get his knowledge. You know what I mean? So, let's see. Oh, Tracy's leaving. Have a good day, Tracy. Maybe we'll see you later on. Thanks for stopping by. Odin. Stay where he's at. Higher. Lower. Yeah, like I said, I think that seems fair to me. Just because the guy's... He would potentially destroy the world. But that wasn't necessarily his goal. Like, if he could have got his knowledge without destroying the world, he would have. But then you got to factor in all his other crimes and, like, the fact that he would have done it, but he didn't, you know? Just because it's the themes of them, aces, like, racism and the destruction of human lives, and which is much more real. You know, something real and that affects a lot of people. That's an evil thing that, you know, deserves to be considered evil. So that's why it's so high. Those two. Stay where he's at. Okay, we got 62 for stay where he's at. I mean, you guys seem to like my reasoning. Do I think Odin's more evil than the Greek gods? It's been so long since I've played the original God of War games. From my memory, Zeus and like the Greek gods, weren't they just trying to stop Kratos because he was trying to kill them? So I think Odin would be more evil than Zeus, from what I remember. I don't remember. You know, it's been so long since I played all the God of Wars, the original ones. I don't know. You guys can debate about that in the chat. Who's more evil in the God of War universe, Zeus or Odin? From what I remember, it's Odin, but I can't really remember what Zeus's motivation was beyond just like stopping Kratos. Eventually, yes, Mr. Pugster. As with all villains. And evil creatures and doers. Ares and Zeus are worse. Cause was Zeus's motivation beyond... Did Zeus have other motivation beyond just stopping Kratos from killing his family? Was there something else there? I don't remember. You guys are gonna have to tell me what Zeus did. Anyway, so it looks like, but continue. Tell me about Zeus, you know. But you guys seem to be fine with my placement of Odin. I think that's perfect for Odin right there. He's a very evil man, god. I guess he's not really a man. And he was willing to destroy everything to get his knowledge. You know, he was a bastard. He was a big bastard. That's for sure. Now we'll move on to some invincible characters. Look at that. We got a whole bunch to rank here. And Doc Seismic seems to be off his rocker in a lot of ways. He's like willing to destroy humanity for the sake of the earth. Maybe he goes like here. Like with, what's his name? Man, from the Kingsman? I forget his name. One of you is going to tell me. But from the Kingsman. And he wanted to kill everyone to save rich people. He wanted to, from natural, like, global warming stuff. Yeah, I'm real good. Look at that. Doc Seismic, kind of the same thing, but a little more tragic. You know? A little more tragic. So, yeah, we'll do a Richmond Valentine. Thank you for that. Richmond Valentine, right. It's been a while since I've seen Kingsman. But yeah, they seem like birds with a feather, but Doc Seismic a little more tragic because his device is messing with his head, I'm pretty sure. with tentacles. Yeah, makes sense. Marvel fan, makes sense. His actor was in Wolfman. Oh, was he? That's cool. Oh, you're enjoying my new gaming content. Thank you, Johnny. I'm glad to hear that. Glad to hear that. Glad you're enjoying the content all around. Appreciate that. Well, wouldn't that require like killing most people, Iron? Okay, let me do a poll. Seismic. Doc Seismic. Doc Seismic. Stay. Where is that? Higher. Lower. What you guys think? Add the Mauler twins. I haven't really talked about them. I mean, I can add the Mauler twins, but I never discussed the Mauler twins. And I don't know if that's the case. Like what I'm about to say, I don't know if this is the case. I had a feeling that the Mauler twins are gonna come back in Invincible. Like, I don't know. Don't tell me. No spoilers. But so the reason I didn't do that, stop it, you stupid thing. Come on now. The reason I didn't talk about the Mauler twins yet is because I don't know. You know, I don't know if they're gonna turn a new leaf. Keep doing what they're doing, but we can rank them. Why not? We'll do that in a minute. Who's my favorite Invincible villain? Probably Conquest. Conquest was really cool. Thank you for the $2. Test tier 10. And yes, eventually. I will eventually. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate the support. Okay. Doc Seismic, 64%. Stay where he's at. That's where Doc Seismic's going. Makes sense. Like I said, you know, these two wanted to kill a bunch of people to, you know, either save the rich people, in Richmond's case, or return the Earth back to a natural state. Both, you know, for, like, the environment's sake. Because of the environment, I should say. For Richmond, at least. Okay, how about Multi-Paul? His story's not finished yet, either. You know, we got a cliffhanger for him. And he's like an assassin, criminal assassin, tragic backstory. In many ways, criminal assassin. I don't know. All right, let's do a poll. I think it's possible he can go in A+. I'm gonna give you guys 4 options though. Let me give you guys 4 options for Multi-Paul. Multi-Paul from Invincible. Nah. I've seen requests for it, Justin. Someday. Career criminal somewhere, yeah. A. Okay. Yeah, A. A seems to be the, yeah, we got B. So put B for the tragedy, I suppose. But yeah, so 47% for 48% for A. Who's my favorite Red Dead Redemption character? Probably Arthur. Arthur's good. Yeah, I haven't covered them in an episode. Boricua. We're only doing characters that I've made videos on, and I haven't made videos on Eisen or who else? Whoever you said, Beatrice. So if I haven't made a video on them, they're not here. When I do make a video on them, then that's when they will appear on the list. MMORPG Gal. Sorry, not. Wait. MMORPG Al. Aha. Thank you for the $5. Hope all is great. I recommend the game Expedition 33. Excellent. Yeah, I want to play that. I want to play that game, and I don't know when I'm gonna, but it looks cool, and people have said there's a cool villain, so maybe I'll do a video on it. You know, I love JRPGs. Well, I wouldn't say love. I like some JRPGs, and I love turn-based combat, so yeah, maybe I'll play that game sooner rather than later. Okay, so 44% for A for multi-pol, with a slight 24% for B. So I'm going to stick him right there for now. Let's stick him right there for now. Whoop. Let's do another poll. Multi-pol. Multi-pol. Stay where he's at. He's going to stay in A tier because we had 44% for A tier with like 24% for B. So that's why I kind of erred on putting him lower in A tier. Let's see what you guys think. Oh, let me do the full screen. There we go. Yeah, maybe I'll play it after Night Rain, Triffy. Maybe. It might be. Oh, I see Master Green one. I'm sorry about that. Favorite studio, is it Ghibli or Ghibli? I always forget. But Spirited Away. Spirited Away is my favorite. Thank you for the $2 big stick, and yes, I sure will eventually. I sure will eventually. Appreciate the support. Thank you very much. Sean, welcome, Sean. How you doing today? Yeah, it is pretty cool, huh, Fountain? It's pretty nice. What type of villains do I like? I like all types of villains, but I am very partial to Dark Lords. Dark Lords are typically my favorite kind of villain. So, stay where he's at, got 55. Lower got 30. I had him right above Walter Finch right here. That's his name, right? I think so. And, so with the 31% for the lower, I feel like this is a pretty good spot to get him down. Like, I would have put him where he's at. But I think right there's good. I think that's pretty good right there. Multi-pol seems good. Thank you for the dollar, or euro, dummy chum. Appreciate it. Thank you for the support. Let's see here. So yeah, that's good for multi-pol, I think. Now, how about Mr. Lou? Mr. Lou, his boss. I'm going to end the poll real quick. Mr. Lou, his boss, definitely deserves to go higher. We don't really know too much about him other than he runs like a criminal organization. So see, I don't know if he's worse than any of these crime lords, because I don't really know. I don't really know. I feel like putting him. And remember, guys, I don't know more about Mr. Lou than what has happened in the show. We're ranking Mr. Lou based on what we know about him from the show. That's it. So, what we know about him from the show is that he's a crime boss. We don't really know what he does in a capacity as a crime boss, other than he employs multi-pol to kill people. So based on that, let's see. I'll do a poll. Someone asked me about the vile wife. I'll ask that. Retribution. I'll tell you that in a second. Mr. Lou. So he's gonna stay in A+, but should he stay where he's at? Mid A+, high A+, because again, we're ranking him based on what we know about him in the show. A long time ago, political. A long time ago I did, because this is only the characters I've covered in the last 6 months. And Lou Bloom is on here somewhere. He attacked a city in season 1. Oh, that's right. That's right. He did the dragon in Italy or France. Weren't they in France or Italy? One of the two. Okay. That makes more sense. Okay, mid A. Okay. Yeah, we do know a little bit more about him. We do know a little bit more right there. I think that's good. I was mistaken. I thought we didn't know too much about him, but we do know a decent amount more about him. And I think that's pretty good right there. But anyway, Inspiration asked, where did I meet the Vile Wife? I met her in middle school, actually, and we bumped into each other a lot over the years. And then we reconnected on a dating app, and now we are together forever. That is how I met the Vile Wife. And Marvel fan, it was Apocalypse Now. I like watching videos like mine, and I noticed there wasn't any videos on Apocalypse Now really, so I decided to give it a shot. And also noticed there wasn't any channels dedicated to just villains, really. So I wanted to give that a shot too, and here I am. Turns out it was a good idea. Uh-oh, Fab. What's going on, Threatened to kill Titan's daughter. He's high A tier. Yeah, no, that's. I think mid A plus is pretty good for him. I think. Let me give it again. Let me give it again. Let's clarify real quick for Mr. Liu. Stay where he's at, or higher. I think those are the only two options we need to look at right now. All right, what do we think about Mr. Liu? And then we'll move on. Thank you, Master Great One. Thank you. It's nice, you know? I have not read Tokyo Ghoul. I have not. I've heard it's great, though. I heard Tokyo Ghoul is great. I'll get to it someday. I think he's perfect where he's at. Yeah, I think he's good where he's at, too. Oh, we got Fountain asking about what constitutes a character being in C tier, and I actually got to go take a whiz again real quick. So let me throw this up real quick. We're going to keep Mr. Liu where he's at. And then I am going to go to the bathroom real quick. Favorite serial killer? The one to study. My favorite is... Gacy is a fascinating character. A very fascinatingly cruel and horrific character. So I'd say Gacy. I'll be right back. You guys read that again. Anyone who hasn't seen it, I'll be right back. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Let's move on to the next pick. Guys have had enough time to read that, I'm sure. Mr. Yargo. Largo. Key Largo? Montego? Who's Mr. Largo? Who's Mr. Largo? I'm Mr. Largo? I don't even know who that is. Okay. So, we got Mr. Liu placed. Now we're on to the Immortal, King Immortal from Season 3. Because not really... the Immortal himself isn't evil. Just this alternate version of him. He's kind of tragic. Because he's a demon, Asus. Because he's being set up as a demon. And demons are up above them. Immortal. Yeah, I feel like this guy could go a lot of ways. I feel like this guy could go a lot of ways. Because it depends on how much you want to forgive him. You know what I mean? He kind of got forced into the situation, but that doesn't mean he had to do what he had to do. I think he goes high, but I'll give you guys the option. Yeah, CMGC, I get it. That's why I'm trying to see what you guys are thinking here. King Immortal killed the kids, but his insanity blamable. Yeah, I don't know. That's what I'm saying. He enslaved the whole world. And that's my thing, right? So, if I think about it, he enslaved the whole world and, you know, did a lot of horrible stuff. But he didn't want to be king. Being king kind of drove him insane. Well, that doesn't really justify what he did. I mean, I guess it's understandable. I don't know. But the whole world? I see, Marvel. Well, that's, I mean, that wasn't exactly what I was going for, I suppose, but it was close. Just wanted to be mysterious and eerie, you know? His excuses, he couldn't handle it, you know what I mean? I can't handle it, so I'm gonna start enslaving and killing people. Yeah, here, let's do this. Hold on. I feel like immortal. Yeah, actions are as bad as S+ characters, but he has like some semblance of not justification, but you understand and sympathize with him, right? To a degree. Like the sympathy doesn't go too far in my book, because not being able to handle your job doesn't mean you should get to lock everyone up and kill people. You know? I do them every 6 months, Kojo. I do them for these tier list rankings. These are my streams, my tier list streams. Okay, so we got A+. Yeah, I don't have much sympathy for him, but yeah, top of A, high A, hard to be sympathetic for an enslaved. Yeah, right, exactly. So, A+, high A+. Wait a minute. Okay. My instinct is to put him here or here. Okay. Hold on. All right, let's do this. We'll do another poll. We'll do another poll. Let's pull it out. Immortal. Stay where he's at. Top of A+ or lower. I'll give you guys those options. What do we think? What are we thinking for the Immortal? I don't remember the Ultron movie that much. Dummy chum, so I couldn't say. The top tier is technically this. Supreme Dark Lord of the Multiverse, Genji, Gingerson, Gingerbread Man III. But S+ is the real top tier. Yeah, I mean, this is the best way to hash it out, Fab. You know, otherwise we're just going to be arguing for 10 hours about where a character should be placed. Stay where he's at. Top of A plus are pretty much tied. So it's up to me to break the tie then at this point. I mean, top of A plus is slightly ahead. Rubber will get placed another time. I'm saving him for a later date. So I'm just gonna stick him there. That is Mr. Shadow from the Fifth Element, Braxbro. Okay, so I had to break the tie between stay above Thanos or top of A plus, and I'm just gonna stick him at the top of A plus. Seems fine to me. Now we got Angstrom Levy though. What do we think about Angstrom Levy, huh? What do we think about Angstrom Levy? Yeah, I have added more tiers over time. We split, it used to just be S, A, B, C, and D, but we split it between S plus and S and A plus and A because these tiers were getting a little clogged. So yeah, those are the tiers I added. You know, plus this one. Bam, Supreme Dark Lord of the Multiverse, Gingy. A plus S, 1B for Angstrom. Interesting. Below or above Jobu Tupaki? Yeah, hey, now that's a good one. That might be a good one. Below or above Jobu? They're kind of birds of a feather, aren't they? Okay, let's see. Let's do us a poll. I saw S, A, and A plus, so we're gonna go with 1B. Well, we'll throw B on there, but I have a feeling B isn't going to get many votes here. But I could be wrong. So Angstrom Levy. Yeah, see, that's a good point, King. Angstrom, depending on your point of view, I guess Angstrom could be in D because he's like, his brain has been totally destroyed. But at the same time, he does seem at least lucid enough to make decisions. You know what I mean? And he's deciding to do some bad stuff. So A plus makes sense to me. A lot of sense. So Elijah said below or above Jobu Tupaki. And Jobu Tupaki is from Everything Everywhere All at Once. And in that movie, she is like a interdimensional vengeful creature. Pretty much, not creature, human. She's still a human. But she's like interdimensional, trying to get revenge on her family type deal in every multiverse. Angstrom's trying to do pretty much the same thing, but with Invincible. So it makes sense to put them like here. I don't know which one's worse though. Let's do a poll. Let's do a little poll. Let's do a poll. Okay, so Angstrom below Jobu. Oh, I should clarify. Let me clarify. Right below Jobu. Hey, Jobu. Right above Jobu. Higher in A plus. Lower in A plus. There's those options for you guys. I think she might have been, yeah, I think you're right. She might have been risking the end of the universe. I don't remember too well. Oh, Taito, 451, thank you for the $10. Are you going to ever cover Megatron from Transformers? Yes, someday, definitely. Megatron is on my radar, for sure, at some point, you know? He's one of the greatest villains of all time, you know? I would say if you're gonna make a top 100 villains list and go across like all mediums, Megatron would probably be on there because of how iconic he is and, you know, popular. So yeah, definitely at some point. And thank you, Boricua, for the $10 as well. No, that's a lot of Nicodemus and Isaac. He's not going to get from first, but he dive deep. He's very. Thank you for those suggestions, and thank you for the $10, Boricua. I appreciate the support. But yeah, all those characters will also be covered at some point, you know? At some point in the future. Am sure is on the tier list. Am sure is on the tier list. And yes, Megatron is on my radar. Megatron is on my radar. So we got, let's see what we got for this placement. Pretty evenly split, 36, 30, 20, 14. Majority for the Jobu placement. So if we take into account like right below Jobu and right above Jobu being like pretty much the same answer, that's 66% for a Jobu placement. So slightly more for right below Jobu, and I think that's fine considering someone mentioned Jobu may have been on track to destroy the entire multiverse or universe, which I think that's accurate. So yeah, Angstrom right there below Jobu Tupaki, kind of similar in a lot of ways. Good, very good. Now Conquest. How about Conquest, guys? Conquest. It is a beautiful Sunday, hoes mad, and the hoes aren't mad. That's why it's a beautiful Sunday. Conquest. Where would we put Conquest, huh? I think there's no way he doesn't go below wherever Omni-Man is. So at the very least, he's got to go right there. But he might be going higher. Let's see here. I'm just sticking him there for now, guys. We're putting a poll. Conquest. Stand by for my arrival, Worm. Yes. Stand by for my arrival. S, or A+. There's no way he's going any lower than that. That's for sure. No. He was raised. That's for sure. He was raised for it. But it's a lot, you know. He's responsible for a lot over the course of his life. Taito, thank you for $5 again, Taito. Appreciate that very much. Ever gonna cover Fahrenheit 451? Yeah, probably Fahrenheit 451 at some point. I want to do like that and Brave New World. That's one I want to cover as well eventually. Are you aware of any examples of anti-religious villains in fiction? Yep, sure am, Taito. In fact, we're ranking one today. He's right here. His name's Mr. Heretic. I'm not Mr. Heretic. He's from Heretic. His name is Mr. Reed. So yes, there's one for you right there. Heretic was a fantastic movie. And I highly suggest anyone who hasn't seen it to watch it. Definitely give Heretic a watch. Okay, so we're pretty much split between S and S+. I don't even think it's worth repolling because that's pretty much a 50-50 split. Almost, all things considered. So, if we're 50-50 on S and S+, where would I go with Conquest? We're split on S and S+. You know, I think I saw Elijah and a couple other people say the top of S. Thank you, Carson. I'm glad you love my work. Appreciate that very much, and I appreciate all of you for being here. I can't say that enough. If we're pretty split between S and S+, I feel like the top of S makes sense because you know, he does admit there towards the end that he didn't really have a choice in being who he is, but who he is really horrific. So I'm gonna do another poll real quick just to make sure we got Conquest exactly where he should be. Above Palpatine, and not even close, Master Chief. Above Palpatine. That's a crazy take. Palpatine is responsible for the deaths of trillions. Conquest can't possibly be responsible for that many. I mean, I would go billions, I'm sure, but Palpatine is... No. Palpatine is worse than Conquest. So, stay where he's at. Higher. Lower. Let's go. We're still doing rankings, Emily. We're still doing rankings. No Q&A yet. Yeah, definitely killed billions conquest. I don't know about trillions though. So we got 46 for stay where he's at and 38%, 35 lower. Well, going down a little bit. Let's see. Conquest love for the games cares even his own mind. It really does. Really does. Think he's worse than Tywin? Yeah, I could see that. I could see that. I'm going to acknowledge that 36% of you want him to be higher. 46% say stay where he's at. Triffy mentioned he's worse than Tywin. I'd put him there. If I was gonna put him a little higher than where I had him at the top of S, I'd put him there. I think right there sounds pretty good. That looks good to me. I mean, he definitely don't deserve to go any lower than S. So, jar of Mountain Dew in S tier. Oh, that's the people behind the substance. Behind the substance. But yeah. Oh, was it Triffy? It wasn't Triffy. It was someone who said it. Sorry, it's Triffy. I thought it was you. My bad. Someone said he was worse. It was Ian. Sorry, I got you confused with Ian. My bad. My bad, Triffy. My bad. And I'm not sure, Triffy. We'll see if this bleeds over a little bit. We'll find out as we get a little further in. Haven't covered Bob from Twin Peaks yet, so no. This is only characters that I've covered. But yeah, that sounds good for Conquest. I think a lot of you voted stay where he's at, which was the top of S. Then we had a decent amount of you voting for him to go up higher. And I think he's worse than, like, if I'm placing him up here, he's worse than the ones below him. So, he might be worse than Wesker and Agent Smith. Okay. Right there. That's it. Conquest is staying right there. I think that's a pretty fair... This realm is a pretty fair place for Conquest to be, especially considering his... I didn't have a choice in being who I am. Part of him, you know? That is Mr. Wow. I feel like I have to... I need to put, like, a name on this thing, because I feel like I answer this... This is the most asked question in these streams, aside from, you know, what we're talking about here, is who is this between Morgoth and Judge Holden? I need to put the name on it. It's Mr. Shadow from the Fifth Element. I'm gonna do that next time. I'm gonna stick a little name on it. Powerplex is next, though. Powerplex is next. Powerplex. Someone said B. I think I agree in spirit. Let's just stick him there for now. Powerplex. I don't really think he can go in A plus. So we're gonna do A, B, C. Oh, lots of interest. Lots of interest. Bariqua. Lots of interest. I'll just say that. Powerplex. We need to cook Invincible. Yes, that too, Bariqua. That's kind of in the realm of suggestions, though, Bariqua, so I'm not going to be sitting here saying, like, yes. My answer to most questions about villains is if they're evil, I'll get to them eventually. Everyone, as long as I live, as long as I'm alive, I'm going to keep covering villains until I can't anymore, so... However far I can get before I perish, and maybe you know, maybe 50 years from now, if I last that long, someone else will inherit the channel, you know? And they can keep going. The vile eye shall live through all eternity. It shall be passed down from generation to generation until the sun is no longer lit and the universe is dark and cold. So it shall be, I have declared. Okay, so B, C. We got a decent between B and C. So let's go ahead. Power flex. We're gonna go B and C for Powerplex. But Elijah, you and I are the same age, and hopefully I don't die, you know, until I'm like 80 something. So we're gonna need a youngin. We're gonna need someone like 20 years old to inherit the channel, because they gotta carry it on for another 60 years, you know. Till I'm 90. We got a few left, Tracy. We got quite a number left. Oh no, by the way, I know I usually rank them like based on when I posted the video, but I put the Star Wars ones for last just because I know most people aren't aware of all this, you know, and I figured we could just rank them real fast at last. But will you be 20 when I'm 90? It's Triffy. Oh, Elijah, I thought you were the same age as me. My bad. See, we got to get a 20-year-old when I'm 90. So unless you guys can go back in time, because you're gonna be like 80 when I'm 90. B. Okay, so B with a pretty 40% for C, 60% for B. That's not even, but it's close to being even. So that what that tells me is he needs to be in B, but he needs to be closer to the bottom. In fact, maybe just the bottom of B tier. Let me see. Let me do one last poll for Powerplex. Powerplexy. Powerplexiglass, that's what we'll call him. Stay where he's at. Higher. And I'm gonna say a little higher. Thank you, Volley Bob. That was a nice mixture between a comment that should be on the Sweener channel and a comment that should be on this channel. So I'll take that. Bye, Bob. James? Yeah. Oh, well, see, Fountain, that was this. I'm gonna go on. I don't care. You know, some people were like, "Damn, cold-hearted" when I said it in the video. But what the creator of Silent Hill, or Silent Hill 2, one of the creators of Silent Hill 2, he said he prefers the in-water ending, and I do too, because I have very little sympathy for James. Call me cold-hearted, call me whatever you want, but I think this was a courtesy to you guys, because I would put James like here, somewhere, because I have a wife. Well, she's my fiance still. We call her the vile wife, but I have a fiance, and I could never imagine killing her for any reason. I don't care how sick she was. What he did does not vibe with me, and I have very little sympathy for James. Only person who should have made the decision to take his wife's life was his wife, if she wanted to. So James can eat it, as far as I'm concerned. Maybe that's my hot take, apparently, but no, don't like James. Powerplex, E-Glass is staying where he's at. In B tier, bottom of B tier. Okay, the Mahler twins. So I haven't covered them really, but I haven't covered them really. So I don't know. Well, you guys wanted me to stick them in, and I did. I don't really know where to put them. I'm gonna leave this one all up to you. Because, like I said, this one is probably going to change, too, depending on how their story develops. No, S. Winters, because we kind of do. It's the purgatory deal, you know? But no, you're right. We don't do a placing of previous character. We're going to do one later because I may have made an error with it, and I want to see what you guys think about that. But We'll find Mahler twins. Okay, Mahler twins. Oh, it definitely is Fountain. I just don't like James. I don't think he deserves sympathy, much sympathy. He deserves some, but not too much. That's just how I feel about it. Maybe I'm biased, you know, but so be it. Let's do that for the Mahler twins. I feel like that makes sense. These ones. What is my favorite eye? My left eye or my right eye? It's actually my left eye. And the only reason it's my left eye is because I have allergies. And when I do get an allergy flare-up, this eye leaks for some reason. Not this one. This one perfectly dry. But as soon as I get an allergy flare-up, this thing is leaking like crazy. So it's the left eye. Left eye is my favorite eye. Wait, what happened? 0 votes in the poll. Do you guys not see this poll? What's going on? Let me redo the poll. What happened here? I saw 0 votes. Mahler twins. Let me throw that up again. I'm a blind person and I cannot see. Hearing you live has reshaped my internal vision to be compared to... Oh, Bridgeman. Well, that's interesting. Interesting. Huh. Yeah, that's true, because you can't see me, so you don't know you've never seen what I look like. Yeah, the poll broke. That was weird. But now that, yeah, you have different visions of me in your head now. That's interesting. That's very interesting. What do I look like to you, Bridgeman? Huh? What kind of image you got of me in your head? I want to know. I want to know. Titan. Oh, the rock guy? Right, I forgot it. Right. Okay, yeah. I didn't put Titan in because I forgot I talked about him. I just did who was on the thumbnail. My bad. Yeah, we can put Titan in. We can put Titan in. The rock guy. Gimme this. Give me this for the rock guy. Titan is in. Okay. Without the visor looks wrong to you. I feel that, Trivy. I feel that. Okay, so A and B for the Mahler twins is the majority vote here. Wait. What's happening? Okay, so A or B for the Mahler twins. Like I said, I don't really know, because for some reason, I mean, I haven't covered them technically. I kind of know what they do, so we'll do a little bit more. Oops. Hey, why'd that happen? Twins, Mahler twins. A, B. One more poll, maybe, for them. Haven't accomplished enough to be put in A? Yeah. True. Alessa Gillespie. I have not covered Alessa yet, Fountain. I have not covered any other Silent Hill games besides Silent Hill 2. Only reason I know about Alessa is because of the movie, too, funnily enough. A. Okay, so we want A for the Mahler twins with a 36B. How evil they are. Boy Zelly. That's how we're doing it. So A with a sizable B in the mix. I'm just gonna put them at the bottom of A. Because again, I haven't covered them. Their story might change. Don't put too much stock into this placement, guys. Like, I feel like this is very subject to change depending on how Invincible goes. I don't know who that is, Vibab, because I haven't covered them. So we'll just put them at the bottom of A because we got a 33 for B. And like I said, this as well as Omni-Man, I feel like these are very much in fact, every Invincible character whose story isn't over yet is kind of subject to change at this point. Like, Angstrom might get changed depending on what happens to his story in the future. Titan might get changed. Mauler Twins might get changed. Omni-Man. So yeah, don't put too much. Don't be too torn up about these placements because I feel like they're very much subject to change. You know. So Titan is the last Invincible character we need to rank, and I mean he was like a benevolent crime boss. Still a crime boss, but a benevolent one. I'm just gonna put him back down because I don't even know. In fact, I don't know. Let's see. Titan. Who, Titan had sex slaves? I don't think he did. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Titan did not have sex slaves. I doubt many of you are gonna vote for A+, but I threw it on there just in case. Doubt that. Weird. How come I can't see that? Strange. Oh, I bet that's what. Okay. Jabba? Jabba the Hutt? Oh, were you guys talking about Jabba? I don't know where Jabba would go. Okay, B for Titan. Makes sense. What other crime bosses are in B? If any. What do we think about that? I just put Titan from Invincible above Saul. Titan. Stay where he's at. Lower. Higher. So we got Titan right here above Saul. Oh, by Two-Face? If I was gonna put him by Two-Face, I'd put him below him. Below Jules? We don't know. I mean, being the boss of a criminal organization, I feel like even though we don't know exactly what he's done, he definitely has the possibility of being way worse than Jules as far as facilitating crime goes. So, but we got 67% for stay where he's at with Saul. So, I think that's fine. We're gonna just keep him right above Saul where I put him initially. The majority of you voted for Titan to stay right where he's at, so that's where he's gonna stay. That seems fine to me. Like, this could be good too. This could be good too. I see what you're saying, Ian. But I don't know. This seems fine to me. Seems pretty fine. Now Magneto. We got two versions of Magneto to rank here. Now, Ian McKellen's Magneto, just like the main timeline Magneto. What do we think about Magneto? Magneto, I don't. Okay. I think the possibilities here are. I feel like this is what I'm willing to go. I don't think Magneto. I don't know if any of you would even vote for it, but I definitely don't think Magneto deserves B. Bottom of B tier, Elijah, for a guy who's all about committing genocide against humans to bring about the mutant evolution, I mean, I can't see Magneto in B. Yeah, he wants to murder all humans. I mean, he's tragic, very tragic. You know, no one's gonna not say that. But yeah, the whole genocide humans thing doesn't really gel well with me. Yeah. Most of you say A plus or A though. Below Koba? Ugh, I don't even like that one. Yeah, I'm thinking he goes like above Thanos. Okay. Let's hold on. Let me clarify here real quick. A plus and A. Understandable is not an excuse though, Baka. That's the thing. You can understand why a villain does what they do, and you can like sympathize with the fact that they became a villain for very tragic reasons, but understanding and sympathy are not an excuse. You know what I mean? There's no excuse for genocide. So A plus, 33% say A, but okay. Where'd he go? Did I place him yet? No. Okay. So what do we think about that? Let me pull this. Let me pull this. We are not moving any prior picks, Tigu. All prior picks are staying where they're at, with one exception that we're going to talk about later. Stay where he's at. Higher. Lower. I do have a letterbox, but I don't really use it. So, I mean, you can go look me up, but I think I made like 2 reviews. Damn. Pretty deadlocked on these 3 options. Stay where he's at got the most votes. You guys are pretty even with higher and lower. So you know what that tells me is it just tells me that he needs to be where he's at. Because if you guys are pretty even between higher and lower, I mean, okay, it's a little bit more for higher right now. It's so similar. So similar. Stay where he's at. Yeah, I gotta go with stay where he's at, guys. Because we got the majority of you want him to stay where he's at, but then it's like pretty neck and neck for higher and lower. I mean, higher has 10% more than lower now. So I could like bump him up 1, I think. I think that would be fine above Yevon. Yeah. 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 I feel like Omni-Man killed more people than Magneto did. Like, Magneto attempted to kill a lot of people, but okay, Donkey, I ain't in the chat. Gingerbread Man should be higher? You're right. all the way to the stratosphere. Yeah, that seems fine, guys. Pretty deadlocked. Stay where he's at. Had the most votes. A little bit for higher. Bump him up a little bit. That's fine. I think this is fine. But how about Magneto 2? So there's a little bit of difference between the characters, and his story ended... Well, we don't really know where it would have went after Dark Phoenix, I guess, but it was such a good movie. Magneto number 2. What do we think about Magneto number 2? I feel like Magneto number 2, as of his story ending in Dark Phoenix, probably... I mean, I'll do the same thing we did for Magneto 1. Have a feeling here of what what it's going to be. That's right, Pete Wiggins. Up in the S+ tier. Exactly. I'm going to watch a movie for someone on the list under 2.5 hours after the rankings. I think you should watch Heretic, Dom, if you haven't seen it. Heretic was great. He was headed in a more positive direction. Because of the timeline split, Ian. This is the Magneto that went to the Dark Phoenix timeline, which that doesn't happen for the other Magneto. They're two different characters once it branches off like that. The Apocalypse, I'm pretty sure the Apocalypse stuff was different timeline too. B and A, okay. No political talk, Master Great One, thank you. We don't do that around here. Okay, that was pretty close. Let's do... Oh, is that what you were doing, Elijah? I see. Okay, that makes more sense now. I was like... Interesting. A, B. Magneto 2. Was Mr. Reed my favorite villain of the last 6 months? Probably. Either that or maybe Remick. Remick was cool. I liked Remick. But Mr. Reed was great. Mr. Reed was great. Okay, we got a 62 for B. 61. So it's 60-40 in B's favor. Which makes sense. So he needs to be in B, but high B. No, I have no idea who your favorite was, Elijah. I have no idea. I could never tell that. All right, let's. All right, hold on. We're doing another poll. Stay where he's at. Stay where he's at. Why do I keep capitalizing where? I don't know. Higher. Lower. Oh, we'll just do higher because it's. Yeah. You guys are more so. It was like deadlock between A and B. So either he stays where he's at or he goes higher. No problem, Master. No problem. Where someone said something. Where'd it go? I was gonna reply to. Heretic it is. By the way, you've done a great job with these videos, and since discovering the channel, I've watched through countless movies and TV shows. You're welcome. You're welcome, Dom. You know what's interesting is I'm always interested that you guys like find movies and TV shows to watch by watching my videos, because my philosophy has always been to like make videos for fans or people who have already watched the movie, you know? So it's cool to see that you guys see me cover something and then you're like, I'm gonna go check that out, you know? Yoshikage Kira did nothing wrong? Okay. Yeah, just like Griffith did nothing wrong. 31% say higher. 69% of you say stay where he's at. So that indicates to me that he gets a slight bump like that. And that's where we're going to keep Magneto 2. I have not done the Prince of All Saiyans yet. Not yet. He's going to get it, though. Good old Vegeta. Good old Vegeta. Not in the slightest, Phoenix, but I'm going to cover characters from it because people ask for it. I'm not a shooter fan, but I will do anything for the fans. I will do anything for the fans. Okay, Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed from Heretic. His ass is going at the very least in S tier. Very least he's going in S tier. Possibly in S plus. Like there, maybe. Oh, like there. I'm gonna stick him there for now. Mr. Reed is D tier. Nice, Triffy. Let's see. S plus or S? What do you guys think? Oh, is that right, Mo? Well, good. Game of Thrones is a fantastic series for the most part. I hope you enjoy it as much as I did. I love A Song of Ice and Fire. I love the lore, love the world, all that fun stuff. S, huh? We think S. That surprises me, honestly. It surprises me, but I can see it. I know he deserves to go in one of the two. Hugh Grant should not be on this list at all. Hey, Hugh Grant, you're right. Hugh Grant is fantastic. We love Hugh Grant around here. We love Hugh Grant around here. He is hot. He is hot in the film. Hey, Hugh Grant is known as one of the hotties of the Hollywood world, and it's you got to be blind to think that man isn't attractive. I don't care if you're male, female, straight, don't matter. He's attractive. He's an attractive man. Oh, Creech with the welcome, Creech. Okay, so S is fine. I get it. Now, if I was gonna place him in S, I'd probably put him there, I guess. Let me see. Because these guys, supernatural cult leader, supernatural cult-like thing, Abraxas, right? The governor, horrible. All right, let's see. Let me do a poll. All right, let's do a poll. Mr. Reed, stay where he's at. Higher. So Mr. Reed is right here. Mr. Reed is right here. We're getting towards the end of the music, so I'm going to rewind it. Bam. Who's Legate Lanius? Q Phoenix? I don't know what that means. Talking about Proximus Caesar? What do you mean, Caesar? I don't know what you're talking about. Where does Donkey rank? In the stratosphere. He's unrankable. He's the most evil man who ever existed. Stay where he's at. Okay. This is a pretty good margin for stay where he's at. I think that's a good spot for Mr. Reed. Cult-like guys. He's not really a head of a cult. It's just kind of, I don't know. It's hard to exactly say what. It's not a cult. It's more like a thought experiment hellhole. Like a mad religious scientist. Yeah. That sounds accurate. Kinda. Okay, Mr. Reed staying where he's at. Oh, Fallout New Vegas. I don't know, Q. I'd have to play the game again. I only played it once, and I blitzed through it to do the Mr. House stuff, so I'm not sure. How about good old Mike, guys? Now we're on Michael Ehrmantraut. Mikey Mike Mikerson from Mikeland. Nope, I'm not even gonna place him. I'm just gonna drop him down here, and I'm going to do a poll. Highly doubt anyone is going to say B, but I'm gonna put it on. Well, I could be wrong. Hey. Kid named Finger. What do we think? Now, one thing to keep in mind, guys, for anyone voting B, is Mike wasn't exactly the worst of the bunch, but he did facilitate this man's crimes, and he did facilitate this man's crimes. And he was pretty aware of everything they were doing, both of them. So if you still think he deserves B after, like, working for these two, and knowing what they were doing, like, you know, killing children and stuff, or being willing to kill children, that's fine. Like, I'll take your rankings into consideration, but just keep that in mind. Mike is a very cool character, decent character in a lot of ways, but he's also a character who helped these two. You know? So keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. He was only doing what Gus told him to because he wanted money, which is not like he was doing it against his will. He willingly did what Gus told him to. That's true, Emily. That's true. Saul is low because, unlike Mike, Saul isn't a murderer. Saul is just a criminal lawyer who helped get them off, you know, illegally. Mike is an actual gangster, you know what I mean? So that's why Saul's lower. Okay, so we still think A. It's a pretty deadlock between A and B. So let's do one more time. Let's do one more time. Another poll for Mike. If you want to find out why Mr. House is so low, Nappy Chew, I suggest you go watch past tier list rankings, because we're not explaining that stuff right now. Da-da-dum. Okay. Okay. Yeah, he'd be a low A. He'd be a low A, but yeah, okay. That makes a lot more sense to me. A with a small margin with B. That makes much more sense. Mike isn't as bad as Azula. Where is Azula? She's in B, right? Where the hell is Azula? She should be standing out to me. Azula. So Azula had no choice in becoming what she did. She was raised to be who she was. Mike had a choice. Mike picked to be a gangster and a criminal and to kill people for money. So, and to help Gus and Walt. Azula didn't pick being born to Fire Lord Ozai. Mike picked to do what he did. He's not going... Okay, so he is going in A, guys. We got 65% for A and 35% for B. He's going in low A. He's going in low A. And he's going... there. I think. I think that's a good spot for Mike. I think that's pretty good. Remember, these guys are... Oh, no. I think that's pretty good. All right, let's try this. Let's see what you guys think about that. He's staying in A tier. I'm going to say that right now. He's staying in A tier. Mike. A little higher or a little lower. That's the last option I'm going to give you guys on Mike. little lower. Looks like we can put him at the very bottom of A tier. That's perfectly fine with me. Perfectly fine. How is he above Barry? Because Barry was also conditioned by Fuchs to be who he was. No, he's not, Emily. I'm sorry to disagree, but Barry was conditioned to be a hitman by Fuchs. You don't have to delete that, Elijah. They can argue with me. It's fine. You guys don't have to delete arguments. Just suggestions and bad stuff like that. Barry was pressured to be who he was by Fuchs. Barry kind of picked to be who he was, but was manipulated. Mike had no manipulation. There was nothing manipulating this man to do what he did besides money. That's Mike, you know? So we're going to keep him at the bottom of A. Keep him at the bottom of A. And that's how we're going to keep him. Remember, guys, so you guys are saying this is wild, but look at this. Look at the criteria for B tier. Serious issues or tragedy associated with their character, or characters whose actions have decent justifications, but their crimes are too severe to be placed lower. Issues. Pearl. Where's Pearl? Raised in a neglectful environment, became who she was because of said environment. Barry. Affected by Fuchs's manipulation to become who he was. Yeah, he did those on his own accord, but he wouldn't have been who he was without Fuchs. You know what I mean? Mike had nothing in the world was influencing Mike to be who he was besides money. That was it. That was the only thing that was keeping Mike as a criminal. We got some just a more understanding sympathy justification for these characters down here. But that's it. There is no tragic backstory for Mike. I mean, there's tragedy in his backstory, but there's not enough for him to say like he was pushed into becoming Gus's hitman. He wasn't pushed into becoming Gus's hitman. He wanted to become Gus's hitman because he got greedy, and he wanted to make more money. That was it. That's his whole tragedy. You know what I mean? That's his whole motivation for being who he was. So that is why Mike is an A, but he's a low A, you know, because he's not the worst offender. He's straddling the barrier. He's straddling the barrier. He's straddling the barrier between A and B, and that's a perfect place for him to be. It's a perfect place for him to be. So next we have. So this is, I guess we could do either one first. So these two, this is Yoshihiro Kira. Yoshihiro Kira. And Yoshikage Kira. Yoshihiro Kira is Yoshikage Kira's father, and I put him on here because Yoshihiro pretty much made Yoshikage... Well, no, he didn't make him who he was. He was the last stop that could have stopped Yoshikage from being who he was. And then he helped him after he died. You know what I mean? Facilitated his crimes and all that fun stuff. So, yes, Brian, you can watch past streams or you can watch past videos to get a clue on past rankings. Just so you're aware. Yoshihiro, I think because he knew what his son was doing and he was helping him, he deserves to go up here somewhere. I'm going to stick him right there for now. Mr. Drew, thank you for the $5. Always happy to have new JoJo's characters be covered, and Kira happens to be my second favorite. Steel Ball Run might blow you away. It might. I haven't gotten there yet, but I will eventually. I'm looking forward. People say a lot of stuff about this funny Valentine guy. So, and another $2 from Mr. Drew. Thank you. Thank you for that, Mr. Drew. I'm glad Dio was special for you, and I hope you enjoyed the Yoshikage episode as well. So this is Yoshikage's father, Yoshihiro. Where do we think? S or S+? Input noted. It's Chris. Thank you for staying as long as you did, though, and I appreciate it. Anyone who's got to pop out, pop in and out. I appreciate all of you for being here as long as you do stay. You're not obligated to be here the whole time, but I do appreciate it when you do. Stay the whole way through. So Yoshihiro and S. Okay. Where in S, though? Between Patrick and Jack. That right. That spot might be a good spot for Yoshikage, Elijah. Thank you for the $2, by the way. Thank you for the $2. But that might be a good spot for Yoshikage. I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it come together. Maybe next to Pony Express? Okay, that's a good idea. Where's Pony Express? Let's stick him there for now. Let's go ahead and pull it a little bit more. Yoshihiro. Kira. Low S, mid S, or high S. We got to figure out for Yoshihiro. Yoshikage around long legs. Yoshikage is... Elijah's saying between Jack and Patrick makes sense. It really does. They seem very similar. Should do ASMR. I've actually thought about that, Roman. I don't know if that'd be something worth doing. Helps a lot of people sleep and stuff like that, so it'd be a good thing to do. Oh, did they, Old Grease? Well, this scary-ass character. So, I'm not surprised you were scared, but thank you for being here, Old Grease. Nice to see you. Next to Movie Patrick. Where the hell is Movie Patrick? He's in here somewhere, isn't he? Where is Movie Patrick? I'm losing my mind trying to find Movie Patrick. Oh, right there. Maybe. Okay, but Yoshihiro, low S and mid S. So I think the Pony Express placement is pretty fitting. I think hold on. Let me do one more poll on Yoshihiro and then we'll do Yoshikage. Yoshihiro. Stay, higher, lower. What do you guys think? Yoshihiro's right here right now above the Pony Express company from mouthwashing. Yoshikage is more evil than Johan. I think I could see the argument, but I would say Johan's more evil. Pony Express is the company that you're employed by in mouthwashing. Ooh, what would my lightsaber be? That's a great question, Q. Purple's my favorite color, so I'd probably do a purple lightsaber with Count Dooku's hilt. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Purple lightsaber with Count Dooku's hilt? You telling me that's not gonna be cool as hell? Don't even tell me that's not sick as fuck. Sorry, that's for Sweener. I don't do that over here. That is cool as hell, you know? Cause he's a demon. Shikabrew. Cause Art is a demon, that's why. And demons go up at the top for being like incarnations of pure evil. Okay, stay at, we're keeping Yoshihiro there. Yoshihiro's in a good spot. Yoshikage now. Yoshikage Kira. So I'm gonna just go out on a limb here and just say he goes up here in S+. I'll poll you guys just to make sure. Just to make sure. I'm not gonna do too many assumptions here. S+ or S. I cannot, Jack. I'm keeping the format how it's at. Especially with how I have the webcam and everything set up. This is how it's staying. I think you can zoom in on your, if you're on your phone, you can zoom into the video, or on your computer, you should be able to do the same thing too, though, if you need to zoom in on parts. Stand user. Jamal Stand, Violi. Very nice, Finn, very nice. Definitely in the same ballpark as Chucky and Longlegs. So it's 60-40 on S+ and S for Yoshikage. Kid Killer, so S+. So we got a 58-42 split between S plus and S, with a little bit of a favor for S plus, which means he needs to go low in S plus. I can't see him above Ramsey either, if I'm being honest. Honestly, I think the bottom of S plus is fine. I think the bottom of S plus is fine. I think I'm keeping him where he's at. I don't know. Let me do a poll again. Let me do a poll again. So he's staying in S plus because it was a majority for S plus. That's for certain. But it was you guys had a sizable margin for S, so that's why I want to keep him lower. He's at, where would I? Yeah, I don't know. Let's just do a poll. Let's just do a poll. See what you guys say. Let's see what you guys say. I do kind of like the Patrick Bateman comparison, especially movie Patrick more so. So, I like him being here. And most of you do too. We got a 55 for stay where he's at. I'll give it a couple more seconds. Bites the dust complicates things a bit. Yeah, a little bit. It does. Yeah, I don't know about crystal alignments, Q, but I'm just going on based on coolness. Yeah, we're keeping. I think we're keeping Kira where he's at. That's fine. Yoshihiro here and Yoshikage there. That looks good to me. Looks good. Like I said, guys, the thing about this list is we're never gonna agree 100% on rankings. We get close though. We get close, you know, as close as we can. Now we're on to sinners. Now we're on to sinners. So we're gonna start with Smoke. I did him differently because Smoke seems like he's done a little bit more than Stack has. Killing their father, he probably killed more people than Stack. It seems like he's the primary muscle between the two. I'm gonna go ahead. I'll go give you guys a courtesy B, but I don't think they can go in S or S plus. They're criminals, so they could very easily go in A and A plus, or B, I guess. They did work for Al Capone. You know, they did. They were criminals, bank robbers. They were bank robbers too. Just trying to be free. You know, trying to escape the confines of everything that they were forced to be. You know, Jim Crow, living in the South in the 20s, 30s. So I see B. I see B. No, Smoke, not Snoke. Smoke from Sinners. Smoke from Sinners. They might be in the same tier. I just think Smoke is slightly worse. You know what? I'm gonna redo this real quick. Smoke. A, B. Okay, we'll see. We'll see what you guys say. But I'm gonna redo it real quick. Probably, Josh. Probably. Bill Cipher kind of cheeky. He didn't mean it. Maybe he didn't mean it. B and A. No, we don't. Triffy. I have not, Allie. But welcome, Allie. Well, thank you, Old Grease. Glad to hear it. I like being successful, too. And it's my pleasure to put all these videos out for you guys. Sorry if I, you know, have been a little inconsistent lately. But I'm trying. Oh, it'll definitely be a debate, Josh. So we got a 50% for B and an even split between A and C. Makes me think just mid then. Mid B tier. Somewhere like here. Or here. I think that works. Because you guys are right. Smoke and Stack should go in the same tier. I just think Smoke is slightly worse because he probably... If they did kill people, I'm sure Smoke's the one who did it. You know what I mean? He seems like the muscle of the two. What's that image next to Dagon Locke? That is Eden from Iron Lung, the game Iron Lung. Rocks underneath slip and slides. I agree, Mugman. I agree. Yeah, I think that's fine. Yeah, they're both still criminals. There's a criminal area for B tier. That seems pretty good to me. In fact, I think we're just going to leave it as is. Now, Remick. Remick should probably go up here somewhere, but I don't know where exactly. I'm sure I will. I'm sure I will, Josh. And welcome, Alex. How you doing today? Alex English. Let's do Remick. I suppose given the given the tragedy, because you know not exactly probably didn't want to become a vampire. I'll do A+, S, and S+ for this one. S+ for being Irish. Triffy, what are you? Are you one of those people who have those signs outside your bar? Rocky Road to I know I love that scene so much. Maybe it's some people saying that scene's overrated, but I love that Rocky Road to Dublin scene. That's so good. A+, huh? Okay. Remick with Davy Jones and Emotep. Guys, I've seen some of you complaining about the ads, but I hate to break it to you, but that's how I make my money. It is what it is. Dun dun dun. Okay, A+, huh? A+. That's the Supreme Dark Lord of the Multiverse. Gingerbread. He's the one. He's the demon. The demon of the world, Ali. It's gotta be, you know? A+ for Remick. Okay. Let's see here. Where would I put Remick? Yeah, he's horrible, but he's tragic, you know? He's got tragedy. He's got tragedy in his character. Probably didn't want to be a vampire. I get it, Ian. I get it. All right, where in A+ though? I'm pretty sure he goes high. Below Davy Jones, okay, I'll stick him. Where'd he go? Where the hell did he go? Where the hell did he go? Oh, they were aware, Velvet. Big time aware of what they were doing. Where'd he go? Remick, I lost you. Buddy. Pal. Oh, there you are. Okay. Stick him right there. Remick. Stay Stay where he... God, why do I do that? Where he's at. I don't think he can go higher. I don't think he can go higher. I think stay where he's at or lower. I've seen a couple of death battles, but not enough to be say like I'm a fan of the death battle channel or people who do death battles, because I think a lot of people do different kind of death battles. But yeah, death battles are cool. They're fun. You'd say much higher. I mean, maybe. I don't know. People said A+, and I personally don't see him going okay. Okay. Lower only had 27%, so that's I'll see. Let's see. One more time for Remick. Stay where he's at or higher is where we're gonna vote. Stay where he's at. Or higher. Let me see what you guys think. Bill Cipher versus Discord. That sounds funny. Okay. So, stay where he's at looks pretty accurate. Fine. Okay. Remick staying where he's at. Right below Davy Jones, right above Thanos. Perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. Okay. Now how about Hogwood? So Hogwood is just the Grand Dragon of the KKK and Sinners, and we don't like that. Up here with the racists. Up here with the racists sounds pretty good. Up here with the racists. I don't think a guy in the KKK is worse than a Nazi, an actual Nazi, and probably maybe not worse than Vidal. I don't know. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, E, but I'm glad you had fun here. Glad you had fun here, and I hope your mood improves. I hope your mood improves. I feel like Hogwood might have been responsible for a little more than Cameron Alexander, but here let's see, because I think as a man of the KKK, he might have killed a few more people than Cameron Alexander did, or like ordered people to be killed. But let's see what you guys stay where he's at. I'm pretty sure he's below Cameron, slightly higher. Slightly higher. Let's see. Just heard what, Josh? He might be worse than Hans Landa Triffy. The problem is, we don't know how many Jews Hans Landa hunted, and we don't know how many black people Hogwood lynched, you know? It's up in the air. Because Hans could have hunted far more Jews than Hogwood harmed black people. I don't know. It's a tough one, you know? They goes here though. Stay where he's at with a slightly higher at 31%. We'll just put him right next to Hans then. And we could think of these as being interchangeable. That is Mr. Shadow from the Fifth Element right here. And yes, it is in terms of who's more evil. Yes, that is what it is. That's true. Yeah. We're just gonna keep him here. It's these two interchangeable. Interchangeable, I would say. You could make arguments for Hogwood being slightly or more worse, much more worse. You could make arguments for Hans being much worse. So it's just consider these two interchangeable. We'll just keep it like that. That seems good to me. That's Morgoth, Alan. Morgoth from the Tolkien Legendarium. Now, how about Thulsa Doom, everyone? Thulsa Doom from Conan the Barbarian. James Earl Jones rocking a haircut that only James Earl Jones could make look good. Where are we putting Thulsa Doom? Somewhere up here, I'm sure. With the cult leaders, perhaps. Worse than the cult leaders, though, I think. I'm just gonna stick him right there for now. I'm gonna stick him right there for now. And let's go. No problem, Alan. No problem. Thulsa Doom. S plus or S? Oh, nice, Elijah. I hope you liked the video. Where would Darkseid go? I don't know. I don't know that much about Darkseid. At T. I'm not too versed on DC stuff. So I couldn't tell you. Massive list indeed, and it's only going to get bigger. S just for the Riddle of Steel. The Riddle of Steel. I know that was a good line, good moment. Yeah, he's more of a dictator than he is a cult leader, huh? Yeah, I could see the next to Ozai argument. Honestly, I could see him being above Ozai. Boom. Right there. Next to Anton because bad haircuts. I see that. Here. All right, let's do another poll. Thulsa Doom. Stay where he's at. And I sure am, Tracy. I'm the bravest man who ever lived. Not really, but That's not even going to be the most I've ever streamed, Trace. I did a 12-hour stream for the great reshuffling of the tier list, so not even bad. Not even that bad. What was the scale of Doom? He pretty much ruled the world, and he planned to like do the great cleansing at the end there before he died, which he was going to spur his followers to murder anyone who opposed him. Dark Sorcerer, 1,000 years old, ruling the world. Yeah, he's a bad dude. Thulsa Doom was a bad dude. Bad snake man. You know, had snake powers. Doesn't even remember killing Conan's parents. Yeah, it's because he kills so many people. Why would he remember, you know? Why would he remember? Yes, the Great Reshuffling comes once a blood moon on a leap year. Similar to Voldemort? Yeah, kind of similar to Voldemort. Okay, we got 63% for stay where he's at. Rip James Earl Jones, indeed. You know, that's one of them sad that, you know, it's always sad when someone dies, but when someone dies that old, you're like, good, he lived a good life. You know what I mean? He wasn't taken from us too soon, you know? If he could have lived to be 150, I would have loved that. But he was like, what, 90? How old was he? James Earl Jones, like 92, 93 when he died? 93. Yeah, that's a good life. That man had a good life. Rest in peace, James Earl Jones. Wish you were here with us longer, but hell if you didn't give us, what, 60 years of joy? Maybe more than that? I don't know how long he was acting. No problem, Yatuk. I hope you have a good night. Thank you for staying. Now, I put these Star Wars characters for last, and these two, don't really have pictures. So, I had to, you know, use stock stuff. I will say, I hope you guys... So I know most of you don't know these obscure Star Wars characters, so I understand if some of you want to leave right now. I will say, though, after we do rank these, we're going to do a little bit of a Q&A, and then I am going directly into a stream on my other channel. So, if you want to stick around for that, go ahead. But, we're going to go ahead and rank these obscure Star Wars characters for anyone who knows what I'm talking about here. So, actually, they need to be moved around a little bit. So, this is Dalian Brock. This is Dalian Brock, and he is from a book. Forgot the title of the book. But he hates the Force. He lived on the planet that the Jedi Order was on when they weren't the Jedi Order. They were the Jedi Order. J-E'-D-A-I. Maybe there's two I's. And yes, indeed, Triffy. Good for the shout out. And he hated the Force. He was trying to leave Tython because it was kind of impossible to, and he was willing. Whoa, what happened? And he was willing to like kill a bunch of people to do that. I don't know how bad Dalian. Oh, good to see you. Good, Rascal. Glad to have you here. Above King Adas. That's a good spot. I might, in fact, yeah, Adas. Adas, where are you? You're in... I know I've seen you a lot. There we go. Yeah. I think that's fine for Dalian. Yeah, below Maul. That's a good idea. Yeah. These are more obscure ones. I feel like I'm going to rank myself. Rip Tony Todd indeed. He did? What? Wait, hold on a minute. Oh, wait, no, yeah, he's been... Oh, okay, I was confusing him with someone else. Yeah, he's been gone for a minute. For some reason, I thought that was, like, that you guys were saying that happened today. I was like, hold on a minute, Tony Todd. All right, yeah, rip Tony Todd indeed. Rest in peace, Tony Todd. So I'm going to keep that... I'm not going to open that to voting. Very few of you, I'm sure, know who this is. And this one, too. Cope Shai Krill is another pictureless character that I'm using this stand-in for. Cope was a Jedi initiate Padawan who had like a shadow infesting his mind, which seemed to be his like deceased older brother, influencing him to do bad things with the dark side, and he ended up killing like 3 trainees and was probably going to kill a whole lot more people. I already did that, Josh. We got that video. It came out last month. Cope is next to Gollum. The hell is Gollum? Where the hell's Gollum? Yeah, he's kind of like possessed by the ring a little bit, huh? Possessed by his older brother. Yeah, we'll do that. Below Gollum. That makes sense. I haven't seen Andor yet, so the way I'm doing my Star Wars videos is Cope Seeth Mauled indeed. The way I'm doing my Star Wars videos is I'm like going from the beginning of time to now, which I don't know if I'm going to keep doing it that way. I might reevaluate. Yeah, I haven't seen Andor yet. I might watch it soon though. Okay. So Master Rajavari, he led a rebellion. He kind of redeemed himself there in the end. Sorry if you missed it, Belvet, but I already answered your question there. The Coup are high. They weren't aware that they were evil, but they had their own system of morals. To us, they're evil. Not to them, but to us. It doesn't matter what the Coup thought of themselves. It matters what we think of them. And to us, evil. Definitely. Below Dalian Brock. Yeah, that makes sense. Sounds good, Tracy. Sounds good. Guy named Finger right here, down at bottom of A. So that makes sense to put Master Rajavari below Daly and Brock. And Zendor, honestly, he had potential to be worse than he was, but I kind of want to put him below Master Rajavari. What do you guys think about Zendor? Anyone who knows of Zendor. Because like I said, not many people are going to know these obscure ones in detail. Unless you watch the video. But I don't... Those videos got less views than my other ones. So I know that not all of you know. Ali, please, I don't entertain any of that kind of stuff around here, so please don't talk about things like that. Zendor is above Magneto B. Yeah. I could see that. Where is Magneto? That's Mike Ehrmantraut. Okay. There's a meme with Mike. Kid named Finger meme. Yeah, I'm going to keep Zendor above Magneto B. That sounds actually good to me. Quick ranking on those obscure Star Wars characters, guys. No, I haven't covered Omar Little yet. Jay. Only characters that I've covered are on here, except for the Maulers, I guess. All right, as a courtesy, and because, yeah, I got the argument. We're going to reevaluate one solitary pick right here, and that is Cersei. We're gonna re-rank Cersei. Maybe re-rank Cersei. So Ian pointed out to me that he thinks Cersei should go lower because of the tragedy of her character, how she was raised by Tywin and kind of became who she was. Now, I don't remember exactly. That's Morgoth, Catkinson. But I don't remember exactly my reasonings for placing Cersei in S. But I argued with Ian about how, yes, Cersei was tragic, but by the end of her life, she was ready to give the world up to the White Walkers and, like, totally destroy the Seven Kingdoms to hold on to her power. And Cersei, those things are what kept Cersei in S+ for me, above her dad, is because as much as Tywin was an evil bastard and made her into who she is, and did a lot of harm to the Seven Kingdoms, he was doing what he thought was best for, like, his house and his job in, like, a more pragmatic way. Like, he would kill people, but he was smart about it at the same time. Cersei was incredibly malicious and, dare I say, a tad bit dumb, and was ready to destroy, like, the whole world just to hold on to her crown and her throne, or let the whole world be destroyed. However, if you guys think her tragedy is enough to make her go lower, then we'll see. Should Cersei's placement stay where she is? S A+. All right, let's see what you guys think. I am of the opinion that she should stay where she's at, but I am willing to hear you guys out here. I get your sentiment, Andreas, but the racists, as abhorrent as they are, they're not as nearly as responsible for as much loss of life as these guys are. You know? Paddington's in the stratosphere. Paddington's in the stratosphere, where he should be. Ultra Omega S. I'm going to go take another quick bathroom break while you guys vote. I'll be right back. What do we got here? What do we got? Stay where she's at with 25% for S and 26% for A+. So with a 50% vote for stay where she's at and then a deadlocked S A+, that makes me say she's going to stay where she's at. Because when you guys have like a majority, like a slight majority for one option, I'm like, okay, I'll move them down or a bit or move them up a bit. But when it's deadlocked between two, I'm just going to stay where she's at. Circumstances aren't an excuse, though, Ian, you know? Circumstances aren't an excuse. Especially, they can be sometimes, but in her case, I don't think they are. Mike is in A. Yes, Caleb. So, I'm going to keep Cersei where she's at. Like I said, guys, you know, it depends on... it depends on your own views. Depends on how you look at the characters. You know, we're all not going to agree on these placements 100%. And at the end of the day, this is my list. You know, you are all more than welcome to make your own and share them with me. You know, Discord, Instagram, whatever you want to do. And I'll look at them and stuff like that when I have the time, you know, when I remember. But, yeah, so I did it for you, Ian. I said I might revisit it on the stream, and I did. And that was the result we got. So I'm keeping her where she is. Cersei's staying where she's at. But, guys, ladies and gentlemen, that was the last character. That was the last character. So now what we're going to do is we're going to do a little bit of Q&A. You know, we do that at the end of the stream, typically, end of the stream. Till about 4:30. Well, 4:30 my time. So 45 minutes of Q&A. And then we're going to move over to the other channel, my other channel. Now, I will warn you. This is a much more chill experience over here. Over there, on the Sweener channel, I play video games. I love to play video games. And I'm having fun. I'm having a good time. I'm not necessarily being philosophical or talking about evil and placements and stuff. In fact, I try to keep that and this separate, you know. Think of the other channel as me having a night out on the town, and this is business, you know. Or school, or a debate room, debate parlor, whatever you want to call it, you know. But if you guys want to move over to the other channel with me and enjoy some shenanigans with Elden Ring, I'm playing an Elden Ring randomizer over there right now. And because, you know, if a sizable enough of you come over, I usually try and keep Vile Talk relegated to this channel only and don't indulge in it over there. But maybe we can do a little more villain talk over there today than I usually do. And again, I am trying to see whether or not Twitch allows you to do anything, because I've heard that. And we're going to see if movie nights or research streams are a possibility here in the future. I'll have more updates on that for you guys in a little while. Like probably in a month or so. Alright, but now Q&A. I got some Q&A going here. I can't reveal my secret identity, my Sweener identity. I mean, it's part of me. There's two halves of the same whole, you know? Elden Ring is nice. We're playing Elden Ring in the run-up to Night Rain, because Night Rain's coming out on Thursday, or Friday. Where would you rank Ridley from Metroid? I don't know that much about Ridley Accomplished, so I couldn't say. I've only played, like, one Metroid game, and I haven't played it all the way through, so I don't know. How many videos do I release a month? So I try to do at least one regular Analyzing Evil episode every week, but sometimes if, you know, things happen in life or the videos end up being much longer than I thought they would be, then I don't do weekly. So, but it's supposed to be weekly plus a couple bonus videos, but I've had a lot of stuff going on recently, and it doesn't seem to be stopping. But I try to do weekly. Why am I so handsome? I don't know, Rafrica. I was just born this way. Who would win? Let's see. How many videos do you... Oh, no. I messaged you on Patreon about the governor and the penguin. Do you remember? Can you please talk about it? Oh, I don't remember, Owen. I'm assuming that's you, Owen. Owen Rivers. Hold on. Let me go to Patreon and see what you talked about. What did you say? Okay, so yeah, I did say that, Owen, that I'd revisit that. So real quick, we'll continue with the Q&A. I promise I'll answer all the questions that have been asked and the ones that keep coming in. Owen did ask me, or sent me a message on Patreon, a very detailed message about him saying that the penguin from the Penguin show is worse than the governor. And his reasoning was like the governor kind of felt he had to become a dictator. You know, due to the circumstances, whereas the penguin is just kind of an evil criminal bastard. So, let me... Uh-oh. Can I do a poll with this questions up? Ah! No. Questions? If I go back to the chat... Okay, I'm going to copy these real quick, just in case. Let me go back to the chat. Let me do another poll. See if that'll work. Is the penguin show version worse than the governor? Show version. Yes or no? Okay, there's a little poll for you guys. It's a little poll for you guys, and I'll keep answering questions if I can. Can I look at this? Come to channel. Whoa. Yeah, okay. And then we will reevaluate. Okay. Who would win, Thanos or Mike Ehrmantraut? Elaborate why. Well, I think Mike would just shoot Thanos, and guns are stronger than skin. So it's got to be Mike. Duh. William, come on. Duh. From I Am a Bore. So favorite female villains can be anyone on this tier list, aka the ones you covered. Yeah, I mean, I don't know who my favorite female villain is, and I don't know if there's one off the tier list that might be my favorite, but if I had to pick one, it'd probably be like Rumi, Asami, or Amy Dunn. Amy Dunn, a good villain. I think I'd pick between those three. Those would be my favorite female ones, at least on this list. Okay. Got it. I have heard of Darth... Oh, wait. Is that in the thing? So, if you guys are asking questions, Neptune, I see your question over here. I'm going to answer it because it's over here. But there is a Q&A thread you can click on where it says up there at the top of the chat, Q&A, ask me anything. Click on that and ask your questions there, all right? But I have heard of Crate and Cadus, yes. I enjoy their arcs as well. Are you looking forward to the future werewolf movie? Yes, I am. Anything that Robert Eggers makes, I am looking forward to. He's a great director. Do you see yourself doing an analyzing good in the future? Yes, maybe, Daryl. I've always thought about doing it. But it's just, I got a lot on my plate with villains, so it's hard to throw heroes into the mix too, So, someday, possibly. What's an anime/manga character you're thinking of covering soon? No pressure to answer this one. Someone from Dragon Ball. It seems like a priority. Because Dragon Ball, is really popular. So, go figure, that should be a priority. But the ones I see the most, and I don't know if this is an anime. Pretty sure it's like a game or an anime. Is Danganronpa. That's how you pronounce it. Don't tell me otherwise. Danganronpa. Junko Enoshima. I see that one a lot. And then I see name. I don't know the name. But I know the story. Higurashi When They Cry. Someone from that. That one gets requested a lot. So one of those two. Or a Dragon Ball character, I would say. Or Bondrood. That's another one that gets requested a lot. Bondrood from Made in Abyss. In one of the streams you said an episode on Lavrenti Berry was in the works. Not scrapped. It's still in the works. It's just I haven't found the time. Quiet Teen. It's a lot more involved real people than fictional characters are. So the poll has been going for a little bit. You guys say the Penguin is worse than the Governor. 62%. So Owen, we shall keep the Penguin above the Governor. That I've reevaluated, and your request has been determined to be correct. So there he is, above the Governor. Do you think Bowser and Eggman are worthy of analyzing evil episodes, or are they too basic to be analyzed? They could be, but they might be like more so. They might be different type. I feel like Eggman would be easier to do, like has more to him than Bowser does. But yeah, I could do it. I'd probably do them eventually. They're two of the most iconic villains of all time. I feel like I have to at some point, you know? I have to. So yes. Where would you put you on the chair list, Triffy? Right next to Gingy. That's where you're going. Am I bald by choice or by genetics, Nox? I am bald both, technically. Because I went bald, started going bald when I was 15. But I never had my hair any longer than like 2 inches. I hated having long hair. I had long hair once when I was younger, and I didn't like it. I don't like the feeling of having like hair in my face and around my ears and all that stuff. So when I started going bald, I was like, well, I don't care, you know, just cut it all off. I hate having hair anyway. So there we go. Yes, it's genetics, you know, for the most part. What's your favorite song of all time? Ooh, Retribution. That's a hard-ass question for me to answer because my tastes are so strange and they evolve. I'm just going to go with The Land Down Under in English. That's my favorite song of all time. My favorite musical artist of all time is Susumu Hirasawa. He's a Japanese artist. And it'd be really hard for me to pick a favorite of his because I love like most of his works. He does the soundtrack for Berserk, or did the soundtrack for Berserk, and all of Satoshi Kon's movies. He did the soundtrack for all of those. The Guts theme is very iconic. Niwashi King is a great song. Tree of Sun is a great song. Forces is a good song. Yeah, just Susumu Hirasawa in general is my favorite, I would say. Where would you rank Clay from Sons of Anarchy? I've never seen it, so I couldn't say, Killua. But I do want to do Sons of Anarchy soonish, so yeah. Soonish. Thanks for polling Cersei. I understand the arguments for putting her there, so it's not necessarily warranted. Are you not going to relive out Citra and Voss either, despite our conversation? Oh, Let me see what you said. I forgot what you said about them. I see what you're saying, Ian. I don't think so. I think they're fine where they are. Ian. I want to keep them where they're at. But I see what you mean. I get where you're coming from. Do you think you'll do any other Game of Thrones characters? Yes, plenty of them. Someone asked me the other day. Guts is peak music. Slayer, I agree. Someone asked me the other day how many more videos they thought I could get out of Game of Thrones, and I think I can get like 10. That's like a ballpark estimate. Don't quote me on that. But I feel like 10. I feel because like, what the fuck? What's his name? Bolton. Ramsay's dad is named. He's one of my favorite characters. What the hell? When are you gonna tell me? Ramsay Bolton's dad. He gets an episode. Roose. Aegon the Fourth, or Aegon the Unworthy, I should say. I forget what number he is. Ares, Maegor, the Mad King, the Mountain, the Hound, Walder Frey, some people from House of the Dragon. Yeah, there's a few. There's a few. There's a few. Definitely can get a few more out of Game of Thrones / House of the Dragon. So, A Song of Ice and Fire. Yeah, Tyrion. Tyrion could do too. Tyrion. Yeah. A lot of them. Yeah, there's quite a few more videos. Quite a few more. But yes, more Dragon Ball villains are coming. Senwa. More Dragon Ball villains are coming for sure. Would you consider raising Elliot Spencer from Hellraiser since he was trying to take over the world? Where is he? Where'd he go? No. I base off accomplishment. Like what he accomplished, not what he tried to do. And him like being a kind of a victim of the box. Nah, I'm gonna keep him there. Sorry, Caleb. Or not Caleb, Accomplished One. Pete Wiggins, have you ever watched the Black Lagoon anime or read the manga? Would love to see a video with your take on it. I have not. I don't even know. I think I might have heard of it though. I'll get to it eventually. What's next? Thoughts on double standard villain's face. Twitter user disliked Makima, called her trash because she abused Denji. The user has a horrible take. Oh. Called her trash like she's a bad villain? But yeah, there's always biases, you know, between male and female. And there should be no double standards. If someone's evil, they're evil. I mean, I don't know if you might need to reword that. I am a bore. But if they're evil, they're evil. There ain't no two ways about it. You know what I mean? And liking a character, I mean, if you're talking about like liking one, I guess it's up to the person. But because they're a girl and they abused characters, I don't know. That's an interesting question that I don't know if I'm grasping completely. Lord Mogatron, is there Melka Mogatron, by the way, is there perchance a place where we can watch you play video games with an element of chance? There is. Sweener to Wiener channel, and we're going to be doing that after this. There sure is, Mogatron. There sure is. Will you do an analyzing evil on character? Yes, I sure will, Killua. I sure will, on Sons of Anarchy, eventually. Are there any villains you'd outright refuse to cover, even if they were heavily requested? Yeah, I refuse to cover characters from shows or movies that are pretty much only made for shock value. So like a Serbian film. I would never cover a Serbian film. Things like that. Did you watch Phantom of the Paradise? Swan would make a great villain to analyze. I have not. I have not seen Phantom of the Paradise. I don't even know if I've ever heard of that. Yeah. Where is the nicest hotel you've ever been to? I don't know. I haven't really been to that many nice hotels, unless you count casinos. I guess the one when me and my wife went on a vacation in the Keys, it was pretty cool. On the beach there. I would say that. I think it was called Lime Tree Resort or something. Is there a villain death scene that made you incredibly sad? I'm sure. I just can't think of it. Sad. Emotion. Human. Thinking. Probably nobody up here, huh? If it's gotta be someone down here, if anything. Roy Batty. Kind of tugging on the heartstrings. Gollum. I was sad for Gollum. Tragic character. A few. Yeah, anyone that has like overt tragedy where they didn't really like choose to be who they were, you know? It's sad. It's always sad when that happens. Violet, can you please analyze Bill next time? His lore's been expanded on the way. Oh yeah, no, I'm gonna rematch that when I am aboard, or I'll do an update video, I guess you could say, on Bill Cipher. I need to get to the Book of Bill, you know, and get that done. Just haven't done it yet. Daniel Plainboot from There Will Be Blood. That was kind of sad too, I suppose. Kinda. Oh, Vader. Vader. Yeah, of course, Vader. Senwa, again, guys, if you're asking questions in the regular chat, I might not see them. There's a little thread above chat that says Q&A, ask me anything. You need to type your questions there, okay? But Senwa, I'll answer your question because I see it over here. Do you plan on checking out Has Been Hotel? I don't think so, but maybe. But yes, if you have questions, make sure you click. Here, I'll show you what it looks like on my little thing over here. Right here, it says ask me anything about... Oh, you can't see because of the stupid picture. And I can take that off, I suppose. Right here above chat, in your chat, it should say ask me anything. You click on that and you can ask a question, I think. That should be how it is for you guys. Continuing on. Have you seen past season 1 of Fargo? I have not, but I want to. The series seems really cool, and I want to get more into it. Thank you for the question, Jacob, and reminding me of Fargo's great existence. What animes are you into right now? None, Daniel. I pretty much only watch anime, anime right now for videos. So, and I'm not working on one right now for an anime villain. So nothing at the moment. Can you analyze the Fire Emblem villains? They have good stories. Yes, someday. Someday I will. For sure. Someday I will get to Fire Emblem. Master Great One, favorite food? It's called fateh hummus, and it's an Arabic dish. I like the Syrian version. That's how I was taught to make it, and that's what I make for myself. And it is amazing. My favorite dessert? I'm a sugar fiend, so it's really hard for me to pick a favorite dessert. But I do like pie a lot. Any kind of pie. I just like pie. See's candy might be the one. I am such a sugar fiend, okay? That when I get a box of See's candy for my birthday or Christmas, I'll eat that shit in like 2 hours. It's gone. I love See's candy. Love it. Love it. Did you see the 9th annual Crunchyroll Anime Awards at 5 o'clock in the morning? I did not. I did not. Have you watched the Legend of Ochi movie, or have you ever heard of it? I have not heard of it, nor have I watched it, but that sounds, just from the title alone, it sounds cool. Do I have any other siblings, and if so, who's the oldest? I have a younger brother. That's it. Just me and my brother. He's 2 years younger than me. Like a year and 11 months. Sorry if this was spammed. I think Ramesses needs to be... Ramesses, sorry. It's Ramesses. Needs to be higher. He's done far worse than the Crime Lords IMO. We're kind of done with the rankings, Super Ender guy. That's one thing I should say, guys. At this point, the tier list is done. It's at where it's at. And Ramesses... He did more than the Crime Lords, but he was really made to be who he was by his dad. I don't know. We're going to keep him where he's at, and everyone who's here, we're going to keep where they're at this point. How many hours does it take for research purposes on a character? It depends. So if it's a movie villain, it depends on how complex the movie is. You know what I mean? Like Conan the Barbarian, for example, that didn't take very long. Because, one, there's very little dialogue in Conan. It's more so about the sets and the action and the music. And then Thulsa Doom's character, a lot of his evil boils down to like Nietzschean stuff. So that didn't take me very long. Maybe like 5 hours total, factor with the movie watch time included. Now writing the script, that depends. It could take me any length of time, really. I mean, it depends on if the words are coming to me, if I'm structuring things how I want them to. It's a free for all. As far as research goes, it's as long as the material is and how complex it is. So, one thing, and don't get excited. Don't get excited if anyone is a huge fan of this, but I recently came across or learned of this. And I'm trying to figure out how I'm gonna get this done, because this seems like it's gonna take a long time to figure out everything that's going on in this thing. But this is a book called House of Leaves. Okay? It's got some popularity online. I think it has potential, not necessarily to be like on that level, but close to being like a All Tomorrow's I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream and Blood Meridian tier popularity on YouTube. Just seems like it might, because it's very strange and interesting. But this book is written really strangely. You can't get it online because of how it's formatted. It wouldn't work online. Let me give you an example. You guys can see that. So look, this is how some of the pages are, right? Blank page with some words at the bottom. Different styles of text and stuff. It'll have like look at this. Weird things like that, right? So I wanna get into this and try and make a video on it. However, it's not short. It's a long ass book with all this cryptic stuff in it. In fact, factoring not going to the appendix, it is about 650, little more than 650 pages long, and it's really cryptic and nuanced, and I have no idea how I'm even gonna tackle this thing. So this book will probably take me, I don't know, like 100 hours to get it down all the way. I have no idea. You know what I mean? So something like this, 100 hours. But a movie might be 5, you know, the research time. So there's a detailed answer to that question. Have you considered covering Warcraft villains? I have, yes. I get requests for them sometimes. Have you ever been suggested to cover characters from an internet show like the Mandela Catalog? I have, yes, and I am up for it. Do you plan to read Book of Bill and make... I do. Yes, Softly Swan. I do plan to make an update on Bill. Saw Sinners a couple days... Oh, Ian, nice. Good. Good to hear, and I'm glad you liked it. It was a fantastic film. Fantastic film, Sinners was. Oh, hold on. Well, thank you, Africa. I'm glad you think so. Yeah, it might be my longest one yet, Slower. I try to be as thorough as I can with my videos, and that's why sometimes when if I don't release a video 1 week, it's probably because that video that I plan to release that week is going to be really long and detailed. And I will make sure that I do my best to cover every little thing that I can, you know. I miss stuff, I'm human. But I try to read it all. I try to make sure I get it all down, so I'm coming at you guys with as accurate information as I possibly can. Continued, I had an argument where a user stated Makima sucked because she abused Denji, stating female abusers don't exist because... Oh. Female abusers don't exist? Okay, yeah, that's dumb. Female abusers 100% exist, and someone saying Makima sucked because she abused Denji and she sucks because female abusers don't exist is moronic. Yeah, women are just as capable of victimizing people as men are. Just as capable. Just as capable. Jimmy Teflon. My friend Jimmy. Jimmy is my friend. He's the sometimes thumbnail guy on Discord. And Jimmy is a rapper. And he asked me, who is, in your opinion, the best rapper that you personally know whose name starts with a J? Starts with a J. Starts with a J. Well, I know this one named Jimmy Teflon. But do I know another one with a J? I guess it's Jimmy Teflon. I guess that's who it is. Jimmy Teflon, the #1 rapper I know with a J. There you go, Jimmy. Answer your question. Do you think Invincible Season 3 was the best season? Yeah. Yeah. Actually, it's yeah, it's pretty good. Jimmy's stuff is kind of fire, LaRue. He does make good music. He does make good music. Well, if you're into that kind of music. Yeah, if Season 3 of Invincible was good. Season 1 was great, too. I like Season 1 or 3. Rick Deckard asked, do you live from this channel or do you have other activities? This is my full-time job. Is making videos for you guys. In fact, I wouldn't be able to put them out as frequently as I do if it wasn't. So, but yes, this is what I do. Would you make a video about the movie Nope? I haven't seen it yet, but probably. I will check out the Book of Bill, Daniel. I will definitely check it out and make that update video. In fact, maybe I'll make it soon because I think like the anniversary of me covering Bill's coming up. Like the date of it was 2 years ago in like July or August, I think. Are you going to do analysis of Attack on Titan characters? More Attack on Titan characters? I already did Aaron, but probably in the future at some point. Coke or Pepsi? Typically Coke, but I like Pepsi. Pepsi's not bad. Sometimes I'm in the mood for a Pepsi. Sometimes I don't want a Coke. I want a Pepsi. You know? Where's your free trip to anywhere in the world for a month? For a month? See, I have a real big interest in Central Asian history. But I don't know if I could get a month of joy. Like a month out of Mongolia, for example. Because as much as I love Mongolian history, Mongolia is very sparse. Uzbekistan would be cool. Go see Samarkand. I don't know. Probably, if I was taking a month somewhere, I'd probably want to relax. So, where would I want to relax at? Probably Greece. I'd go to Greece. Only other country I've ever thought about living in, other than where I am now in the U.S., is Greece. So probably Greece. Which Yu Yu Hakusho arc do you prefer? Dark Tournament? Dark Tournament. Have you heard of Snowfall Franklin State? I haven't. He is on my radar for a video. Do you know about SMG4 and Baldi Basics? Oh, Ali, you're the one who asked about that last time, huh? I do know about SMG4 and Baldi Basics, and I'm not into them. Did I already ask you if you've been thinking playing other Rockstar games like Manhunt or Bully? Sorry, but I don't think you did ask that, Retribution, but yeah, sure. Yeah, no, I know, Alex, I know Mongolia has a ton of history. I'm just saying there's not much to see in Mongolia. Mongolia is a very sparsely populated country. In fact, most people live in the capital, Ulaanbaatar. And as far as sites to see in Mongolia for Mongolian history, Karakorum, which was the capital of the Mongolian Empire, is a ruin. There isn't much to see there. I would still like to see it. But then after I see Karakorum and then maybe go... I don't think you can go to Burkhan Khaldun, the sacred mountain in Mongolia where Genghis Khan was born around. I don't think you're allowed to go. It's like an important site. But I mean, I'd see Ulaanbaatar, and I'd go to Karakorum, and I'd try to go to Burkhan Khaldun. But outside of that, where am I going to go? You know what I mean? It's very sparse. So I don't think I could spend a month in Mongolia. I could spend 2 weeks. You know what I mean? So if I had to spend a month somewhere, I'm going to Greece. Yeah. Did you watch House of the Dragon? I haven't seen the whole thing yet, but I've read the book, so yes. What's your thoughts on The Irishman? Great movie. The CGI stuff is a little much sometimes, but it's fantastic. Do you consider General Zod as a more brutal version of Magneto? I don't know that much about Zod, so I couldn't tell you. I have very little knowledge of General Zod. Keojo, I mean, I already... okay, you asked that question already, so yeah, about Attack on Titan, yes. I've done Eren, and I will probably do more in the future. More characters in the future. Most evil drink you have drank? That's actually a very funny question. It's funny that I have an answer to that question. The the most evil drink I've ever drank. So my wife, she wanted some tart cherry juice one day, so I bought her some tart cherry juice. And next to the tart cherry juice was pure cranberry juice, and I love cranberry juice. So I was like, hey, I'll get some cranberry juice. Little did I know that pure cranberry juice is the most vile natural concoction on this planet. Cranberry juice that you get from like Ocean Spray, that shit has like mountains of sugar put in it. Plain cranberry juice is just bitter. It is just straight bitter. And took a sip, immediately spat it out. And it was funny because my wife was standing right there and she's like, oh, come on, it can't be that bad. Right? It can't be that bad. And it is. She took a drink and she spat it out immediately too. Pure cranberry juice is disgusting. So that is the most evil drink that I've ever had in my life. Funny that I haven't answered that question. Thank you for staying as long as you did, Softly Swan. Have a good night, and I hope I see you next time. Would you consider making a FromSoft boss tier list when you finish Elden Ring? Yeah, I might, Triffy. That's a good idea. Do you think Conquest from Invincible is the only villain that makes Mark reevaluate his morals about whether to kill villains or not? Probably, Daryl. I think that's a good bet. When's my birthday, Simperer? It is... Why did I have to think about that? My birthday is November 9th, 1993. That's when I was born. November 9th, 1993. In terms of machinations, which villain is worth? Tywin Lannister or Roose Bolton? Tywin. Because Tywin kind of like wanted more, whereas Roose just kind of wanted a quiet, like have the North and have peace and quiet. I would say Tywin. Who's a villain you agree with in terms of beliefs despite them being a terrible person? Mine is Shogo Makishima. I've never... Oh, that's another one that gets requested often for anime and manga. Agree with in terms of beliefs and despite them being a terrible person? I don't know. I try not to think about that often, I guess. I don't really go like, yeah, I agree with that when I'm just trying to figure out how they're evil. Ooh. Agree with. Villain I agree with. Nobody here, I guess. Not so far, at least. Let me go down more. Maybe there's someone not on this list, but I don't have an answer to that. I don't. I'm sure I have an answer somewhere. It's just I can't think of anyone on here that I would say that about. Do you consider Colonel William Tarvington to be worse than Captain Vanilla Han Solo? Is that from The Patriot? The movie The Patriot? Colonel William... Yeah, okay. I haven't seen that yet. I'm thinking about doing that for a 4th of July episode. So I'll let you know then. Any plans to cover a villain from Baldur's Gate 3? Not at the moment, but I will eventually. About Elden Ring? Yes, I will do a video about Elden Ring in the future. Which is Song of Ice / Game of Thrones villain is worth? Peter, Baelish, or Roose Bolton? Technically Peter, because he had loftier ambitions, and he might have caused more harm than Roose, I would say. How do you find the time to read all the shows, movie, books you need to cover for the channel on top of everyday stuff? Because that's all I do, Pete. Other than play on the Sweener channel and, play some games and do what I gotta do around the house and all that, that's pretty much all I do. I even watch stuff when I'm doing stuff, you know what I mean? I might be listening to a book when I'm cleaning, like vacuuming. I'll probably be watching a show or a movie when I'm cooking. Yeah, all day long. That's all I do is watch stuff and read and play. So that's how I find the time, because that's all I do. So, yeah. And as far as life stuff goes, I mean, I have plenty of responsibilities in the house. You know, I cook all our meals and do the grocery shopping. I am the chief cook for the house. I clean part of the house. My wife cleans the other part. I do yard work. Fix stuff when necessary, even though I'm not that handy. Yeah, but no, I do it. Bye, Elijah. Thank you for staying as long as you did. Is Harry Powell from Night of the Hunter a character we can... Yes, indeed, Jacob. Yes, he is. What is your least favorite villain besides the manga version villain of Oldboy? See, it's so hard, because unless it's something that sticks out like a sore thumb like that, I don't typically remember when I dislike something. If I dislike something, I forget about it pretty quickly. You know what I mean? I'm like, I didn't like that. Bye-bye. You know, get it out of my head. I guess Euron, show Euron is what my answer would be. Show Euron Greyjoy. I noticed the David Lynch version of Fate on the ranking, or the Lynch version of the Baron and Rabbit on it. No, they're not. Maybe I'll put them on in the future. I might remember that for next time, Almighty. Are you going to analyze Rigger from Batong Quayapo? If they're evil, I'll get to them eventually. That's my philosophy, but I've never heard of that music and mysterious lover. Is Father still your all-time favorite anime/manga villain? Thanks for reminding me of Q&A blog. Otherwise, I would still be sending a question. Oh yeah, no problem. No problem for reminding you. Yes, Father's still my favorite anime villain. Which anime villain was your favorite to cover? Probably Johan. Johan or Gendo. Or Rumi. Johan, Gendo, or Rumi. One of those. Or Shonen Bat. From my favorite anime of all time, Paranoia Agent. Yeah. Who's the Jack Quaid? Is Jack Quaid the one up here? One of these guys up here? That's Jack Quaid? That's from Scream. Yeah. You know how to film Sicario? Yes, I will eventually. Sicario is a masterpiece. You are correct, Jay. Eventually, I shall. Whoa. Who is a villain that you've covered that you always forget about? I don't know. I've covered quite a lot at this point. I'm sure I forget about a number of them. Who do I forget about? I don't know. I feel like I forget about a lot of them all the time. Probably these Scream people. Like, I don't remember these Scream people very well. Yeah, I would say those. That's probably the best answer. Last question of the night. Could you pronounce my name normally from now on? The Ian thing has gotten a little old at this point. I don't know, Ian. Can I? Can I pronounce it? Can I? Can I do that? Am I physically capable? Fine, Ian. Buzzkill. Do you watch sitcoms, and so what's your favorite? Not really. I used to back in the day. You know, when they were on TV. If I had to pick a favorite, it'd probably be Fresh Prince. George Lopez had its moments. And I felt George Lopez wasn't that great of a show, but George Lopez himself in that show was funny sometimes. And, what's another one? Full House. Used to watch that back in the day. But yeah, I used to watch, sitcoms a little bit. Married with Children was good too. Thank you for the $10. Unknown Notion. Appreciate it very much. Appreciate it very much. Thank you for the support. Some of the older ones too, like the Andy Griffith Show. Andy Griffith Show, great. Gilligan's Island. I used to watch those with my dad back in the day. Going off the StarCraft comment, I assume you've gotten requests for Warhammer 40k. I sure have. And it's intimidating as hell. I'll get to it eventually. The Boys is a fantastic show, Neptune. That's what I think of it. Favorite single-eyed character? Gonna be a funny answer, I guess. but it's Vel'Koz from League of Legends. League of Legends is a horrible game, and I know if you've never played it before, don't start. Bad game, no. But Vel'Koz is cool. I like Vel'Koz. You did Rubber, you should do Gunpowder. Is that a movie? Atlas, Nathan? Like the company? Atlas Games? Atlas is cool. Again, guys, if you're asking questions in the normal chat, I'm not going to see them really. I'm looking at the Q&A thread that should be at the very top of your chat thing. Put your questions there. Do you still plan? I already answered my birthday. Do you still plan on eventually covering historical? I do, Senwai. Yes. Hot take: Jimmy mouthwashing. Actually, good written villainy is horrible and despicable because of. Oh yeah, no. That is an indicator of a good, well-written villain is if you hate them. You know, you're not. Believe it or not, you're not supposed to like the bad guy. And I mean, you're all here because you do. You know, I do too. But if a villain makes you say, I hate this guy, then they did a good job. That's exactly what you're supposed to feel about them, you know? For the most part, at least. Do you want to make Analyzing Evil episodes for GTA villains? Yes, eventually. Yes, I will. And Trevor is the one I've seen requested the most. Have you considered doing a video on Sephiroth? Yes, I have. And I do think I want to wait for the remake trilogy to finish. Yes. But yes, I have thought about that. Of which fictional universe's history would like to be an expert/historian? Lord of the Rings? Star Wars? Game of Thrones? Song of Ice and Fire? Those ones. And I actually have the most knowledge about those three, I would think, as far as like overall franchises go. Aside from Dragon Ball and JoJo, who are currently the most requested anime manga villains you've gotten so far? Bondrewd from Made in Abyss, Shogo Makishima, Mio Takano, that's her name, from Higurashi When They Cry, and then, like I said, I don't think it's an anime, it's like a game, but Junko Enoshima from Danganronpa. Those are the ones. Favorite type of genre music, like electric, jazz, classic rock, metal, etc. It's hard for me to pick a genre because I don't really have a favorite genre. If I had to pick one in English, it would be either funk music or 80s music, 80s pop. The most evil character from a rom-com movie? I haven't seen that many rom-coms, so I couldn't tell you. I should do Stalin eventually. Eventually I will. Spectre from Ape Escape? Ape Escape. Atlas is a fine company, Nathan. I think they make good games. I mean, they made the Demon Souls, they produced it. Kingsfield. They've done a lot of cool stuff. Atlas is cool. Have I ever met... Wait, hold on. I swear if most villains learn of Jimmy's crimes and mouthwashing, they would gang up and attack him. Not because morally, because he's most... Yeah, they might. I'm aboard. They might. Jimmy was pretty detestable. Have you ever met any celebrities? No, I have not, unfortunately. Pancakes, waffle, or French toast or crepe? French toast. What made you decide to create this type of content? Apocalypse Now, I wanted to look at... I looked up some videos on Colonel Kurtz. There wasn't really any. So I decided to make my own and make a channel dedicated to villains. What are your thoughts on Nosferatu Zod? Oh, he's cool. He's a cool character. I like Nosferatu Zod. Would you be open to covering more Succession characters in the future? Yes, I would. I would, Panda. Welcome, by the way, Panda. Where would I place them? Below their dad. You know, not nearly as high. Probably in like... Where is Logan? He's around here somewhere. So if Logan's here, I'd probably put them in like A or B tier. Oh. Do you ever fall asleep listening to your videos? No, I don't. Most people hate hearing the sound of their own voice, and I'm one of them. So, best Analyzing Evil episode you analyzed and enjoyed the most. Oh, it was Everything Everywhere All at Once. That was one of my favorites. Do you think the Viltrumites are stronger than the Coup? No, probably not. I think the Coup have way too much power, genetics wise. They can like alter creatures. I don't think the Viltrumites have that kind of power. Have you ever heard of Umineko? It's a visual novel with honestly some of the most complex and nuanced characters and examples of evil. Really think it'd be up your alley. I have not. So I'm not a big fan of visual novels. I'm gonna play them for, videos, but they're not my bag, really. Yeah, they've done a lot of stuff, Nathan. Done a lot of stuff. No, they don't do the Soul games, Alex, but so I think Atlas published Demon Souls in America. Let me check. Yeah. Atlas published Demon Souls in America. They didn't do anything else with Souls, but yes. Thank you for the $2, Thief of Justice. Possibly soon. I'm not too sure though. Definitely eventually though. Definitely eventually. Who's your favorite horror antagonist? Pinhead. Would you consider villains from martial arts or action figures, especially from the 90s? Yes, I sure would. Action films, not action figures. Yes, I would, Kojo. Who's your favorite modern director debuted after 2010-ish? Personally, I'm probably Robert Eggers. Yeah, probably Robert Eggers. Who do you think would win, Conquest or Omni-Man? Omni-Man. What is your favorite cosmology of a fictional world? The Tolkien Legendarium. It's my favorite. Who's the last one in D? HAL 9000 from 2001: A Space Odyssey. Can you put a Rip Allen sign on the screen to raise awareness for taking your own life? My friend just called me saying his best friend took his own life, and I want to do something for him. Well, that's terrible, Medley. Rip Allen sign? Like rest in peace, Allen? Just like you want me to put that text up there? Or is a rest in peace Allen sign like some kind of awareness thing for that? You let me know, Medley. Why is League a bad game? Because it's filled with toxic people who you have to rely on 4 other people to win the game, and those 4 other people are probably actively yelling slurs at you and trying to ruin it for you. So that's why. Any plans to cover the Fast and Furious movies? Not plans, but I'll do it eventually. Do you feel like not plans at the moment? Do you feel being optimistic is important in life? Absolutely. If you're not excited about the future, it's hard to work towards that future, So yes, being optimistic is very important. With regard to Atlas's Catherine, do you intend to do it as characters like? I've never played Catherine yet, Nathan, so I'm not sure. I'm not sure yet. You'll have to find that out whenever I make the video. Would you rather have as your right-hand man Tywin Lannister or Sir Brynden Rivers? Brynden Rivers. What is the weirdest did nothing wrong argument you've seen? Anyone who says Griffith? That's the one I see the most, and I don't know. I've seen probably more, but Griffith is the one that stands out. What? I don't know what you want me to put up, Medley. Like, I'm not sure exactly what I could put up. Yeah, wait. X-Rex, hey Val, may I ask, are you planning on repolling all these characters since you now split the tier list, or are all of them are fixed? I'll do a reshuffling eventually, X-Rex. Eventually. But yeah, at that point, we'll do repolling. Let's see. Who's the most requested character that you would never cover? I don't know. I haven't really seen big requests for characters that I wouldn't cover. All the characters I wouldn't cover, I haven't seen requests for, really. So I don't think I can answer that. Oh, that's true. You are, Jamara. That you are, indeed, a historian on Soulsborne. Would you research more obscure villains from Star Wars, from other Yeah, I would. Kojo, from other franchises? Yes, I would. One of my favorites is Tsuma Hirasawa songs, so Niwashi King, A Tree of Sun, the Guts theme, Forces, The end credits song for Millennium Actress. Dream Island Obsessional Park, which is the theme song for Paranoia Agent. Aurora, Town Zero Phase 5, Logic Air Force, Immortal Man. There's so many. I love like most of his songs, so it's hard for me to say like what are my favorites. Online Malaysia, Pacific Rim Imitation Network, Mindscape. Yeah. Chikara no Uta, World Cell. So many Susumu Hirasawa songs. It's hard for me to name, you know, what are my absolute favorites, because I love a lot of his work. Which villain are you indifferent to the most? I don't know. See, I don't really think about indifference or negativity when it comes to characters or anything in life, really. If I'm indifferent to it, I forget about it. You know what I mean? So I don't know. Would you want to cover characters from League of Legends lore or not? Yeah, I would. It's got cool lore. The thing about League is it's got cool lore. They do cool cinematics. They do cool songs. Arcane was good. There's just the game itself is toxic as all hell. Favorite movies, games, and shows of all time. Movies, it's like Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, Tetsuo with the Iron Man, Animals Are Beautiful People, Divorce Italian Style. And then games, it's like Final Fantasy X, Dark Souls 1, Monster Hunter in general, Pokemon in general, Majora's Mask, Ocarina of Time. And then shows would be Sopranos, Peaky Blinders, Breaking Bad, Game of Thrones. Fargo Season 1 was great. I haven't even put that in one of my favorites. Oh, $20 from KF. Thank you very much. Thank you for the support, man. I've been a subscriber for 3 years now. Thank you for giving me something to listen to while I work overnight. It's my pleasure, and I hope I can keep doing that for years to come for you. I appreciate it, my friend. Thank you. Do I play Marvel Rivals? Yeah. I sure do. I haven't played it recently, but I like Captain America. He's my favorite. Out of the hockey villains in the NHL, any? Yeah, I don't watch sports at all. I'm 100% nerd over here, guys. I don't watch a single sport, a single one. So I don't know. I don't know, Adonis. Are you afraid of AI when it comes to your channel and competition? Somewhat. We'll see. I'm like, I don't know where it's gonna go, so I'm not gonna work myself up. You know what I mean? And you did ask some good questions, Master Great One. Yes, you did. Have I played Fear and Hunger briefly? I plan on doing a video on it eventually, and then I'll play it the whole way through then. Which villain do you think will not get along? Mr. Reed versus Jigsaw. Reed is easily the perfect target for Jigsaw. Yeah. He'd probably go after Jimmy for the most. Nathan, I answered your question. You asked if you're going to do an episode on Atlas's Catherine. Will it be a characters and themes video similar to Persona 5? And I don't know how you got the Persona 5 is going to be a characters and themes video. I have never played Persona 5, and I've never played Catherine. So I can't tell you if they're going to be characters and themes videos, or if they're going to be just on the character. Because I haven't played the games yet. So I don't know. I won't know until I play them. I'm sorry. Do you believe that Vitiate is more evil than Sidious? They're about the same. Sidious, yeah, they're about the same. It's really hard to say which one's worse than the other. Where are the cult from Rosemary's Baby? They're right there. Yes, I do, Paleo. I do like Elder Scrolls. The Oblivion remaster was a lot of fun. Have you ever rabbit-holed into the Ghost in the Shell universe? I haven't rabbit-holed into it, but I used to watch a lot of that back on Adult Swim. I do like Ghost in the Shell. Would you ever consider Tokyo Ghoul? Maybe a video on the whole universe like mouthwashing. Yeah, I've never read or watched Tokyo Ghoul, so I don't know yet. But I'm sure if a whole universe video is warranted, that's what it shall be. Have you seen Severance? Not yet. I do want to, though. I heard it's great. Would you consider covering the Team Fortress 2 comics? If people want to see them, then yeah. Your opinions and thoughts on Death of the Author. I don't think I've seen or read that, depending on what it is. I don't know. I haven't. What is Death of the Author? I've heard of it. Death of the Author. Essay. Oh, it's an essay. Opinions and thoughts on it? I haven't read it, so I couldn't say. Do you plan on doing a remaster video? Yeah, no, an update video on Bill will come out. Kind of a follow-up then. What villains would you never cover, period? Anything that's extremely gross, like a Serbian film. Stuff like that. So anything in that vein. You got plans to cover any more obscure villains in the future? Oh, all the time. I mean, they'll come out all the time. You know, I don't know if I've got concrete plans for anything so obscure at the moment, but yeah, they'll just, you'll see. I pepper in them obscure ones all the time. Have you considered doing videos on villains from Command and Conquer series? I will eventually. I haven't like actively made a plan to do it though. Let's make Jimmy from Mouthwashing our punching bag if he exists. Yeah, you might deserve it. Villain you wish to punch in the face, or how disgusting and plenty. Too many to list. There's plenty that deserve to get punched in the face. Would you ever cover Tokyo Ghoul? I mean, you've asked this question 3 times, so I think you just kept asking because I didn't answer yet. But I answered. Do you watch Epic Rap Battles of History? I used to. It was pretty funny. I haven't seen it in a long time. Have you read /seen/read Station 11? Don't know what that is. Do I smoke that kush? No. What's your religious background / upbringing? I was raised as a Muslim. And yeah, that's my background. My dad's from Syria, and I was raised a Muslim. I am no longer a Muslim, but that was how I was raised. Like I said, do you intend to make a remastered video? Oh no, I already answered that. Who do you like more, Freddy Krueger or Michael Myers? Michael Myers. What villain from The Sopranos do you want to cover in the future? Tony's mom, the Shah, that animal Blundetto. Who was Robert Loggia's character? Probably him. Richie. Junior. Maybe Paulie. A few. I know he may be requested to death, but would you do William Afton? Yes, I would. Someday I will. Would you watch Love, Hate, or McMafia? Only one season of McMafia. I don't know what McMafia is. Ever heard of the YouTuber animation? But I might watch it. I don't know what it is, but I'm up for anything. Ever heard of the YouTuber Animation Rewind, aka Cartoon Fight Club? I have not. Have you watched The Irishman? I sure haven't. It's a great movie. Who is at the top of B tier? That is Eden from the Iron Lung game. Would you ever consider covering Sherlock Holmes characters? Yes, I would. Do I have a background in psychology? Nope, I don't. So I had the idea for this channel. It came off of a love for villains, and I guess I don't want to like toot my own horn, but I guess I have good observation skills and deductive reasoning abilities, if you want to put it like that. And I've kind of learned psychology stuff as I've gone along. And that was born out of my love for villains and a desire to learn more about them and what makes them evil and all that stuff, which I've passed on to all of you. I'd love to see a video on the homunculus from Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. Oh yeah, no, it's one of my favorite animes, Tom. So yes, definitely will happen at some point. What would be the order you rank Robert Eggers' 4 films? 4 being the worst, 1 being the best. The Witch is my favorite. Probably put Lighthouse in 2, and then The Norseman in 4th, with Nosferatu in 3rd. Did you know Kuwabara has the same dub voice as Vegeta? I did not. That's interesting. What's your favorite book so far this year? I haven't really read too many books this year, if I'm being honest, so I couldn't say. Yeah, I haven't read too many books this year yet. Interesting. I need to do more of that. Would you analyze Haji Towa from Danganronpa? Yeah, eventually. Like I said, my philosophy is if they're evil, I'll get to them eventually. And if Haji Towa from Danganronpa needs a video, then he'll get one eventually. Or she, or they, or whatever they are. I sent the same thing like 30%. That's alright, Medley Man. So you wouldn't wear gold then, or you were raised but aren't... Wait, what? So you wouldn't wear gold then, or you were raised but aren't now? That how it sounded. Sorry, just to clarify. I mean, I'd wear gold. I wear gold all the time. In fact, you're going to see me wear gold on the other channel if you head over there. I don't know what gold has to do with being raised how I was. Who is more evil, Omni-Man or Homelander? Homelander. Would you cover villains based on a toy line? Maybe, if people want me to. Which work in particular do you want to get into someday? And for its villains, if there are any. Plenty, like Warhammer is probably one of the bigger ones. Favorite book of all time? The Hobbit. What villain has had the biggest shift in tier rank based on new perspective of yourself and the audience and not new information from the media? I don't know. I would say... Who has had the biggest shift? And if they've had big shifts, it's probably because I forgot something. Because like Annie Wilkes, I forgot that she murdered children. Like she had a hobby of murdering babies. So she was in like B tier before, but she shot up to A+ because I forgot to factor that in. So anytime a character's been like moved up high, it's probably because I forgot something, you know? Do you know who Yuno Gasai is? I do not. Can we see a video on Ryuk from... Ryuk from Death Note eventually, sure. Did I dislike Arcane 2 as it was a mixed experience for some people I know? I liked it. I thought it was pretty good. Have you ever done a video on a character you loved but didn't get the love you expected? Oh yeah. Plenty of times. Plenty of times that's happened. Do you... And I don't know... I don't have specific examples for you, but there's plenty of times where I'm like, this video is going to do great, and then it doesn't do great. And then there's plenty of times where I've been like, this video is not going to do so hot, and then it does great. So it's informed guessing with how well a video is going to do, I guess. Like, I assume, like, Dark Side would do good. And, you know, maybe the video on Dark Side, I'm like, okay, that's probably going to get like 300K, you know, in the first month. And then it might end up doing 80. But then I might do some niche movie from the 50s, and that does 300K instead. You know, it depends. Nope, I'm good, Allie. I'm good on the animation rewind right now. Do I have any plans to cover Tai Lung? Not concrete plans, but I'm going to cover them eventually. I don't know if you will cover him since he isn't generally considered a villain, but where would Beerus, as if he was to be on this list, would be more... Oh, Beerus, he'd be like... I don't know, he's a weird character because he's like a destroyer god, but maybe like a... I don't know, that would be a tough one. I don't even know where to begin with Beerus, honestly. I have not, Bentley, started The Last of Us Part 2. I do... no, I don't have an ebook reader, but I read a lot of Kindle on my computer, though. It's... if I'm reading for pleasure, I'll read a physical book, but if I'm reading for a video, I'll use Kindle because I can highlight stuff in Kindle, and then I can like go back and look at it later, or you know, all that fun stuff. I have never... That, Master, I don't think that's the case, because every Arab I've ever met in my entire life has loved gold, so... yeah. Or Muslim, I should say. What's your favorite animated sitcom? F is for Family? Interesting stuff about Jimmy there. I'm a bore. Are you excited for part 7 of JoJo's manga coming out in the next couple of days? Not really. I mean, JoJo's cool, but I haven't even read part 6, so I can't be excited for 7 too much. You think one of my biggest video suggestions, Shinobu Sensui, could stand a chance? I don't know who that is, Nicholas. I mean, I know the name because you've suggested them, but I don't know anything about them. Have you covered anything from Dungeons & Dragons? Not yet, no. Why do you think you're not as promoted as before? I thought you'd have 1 million by now, but damn, you're close. Good work. Don't know. People are tired of what I'm pretty much doing the same thing I've been doing, and things are pretty stable, you know? I don't know. I don't know why. Which work in particular are you looking to get into in relation to its villains, if there are any? Warhammer. Warhammer seems like it's going to be fun to get into. I've liked what little I've read of it. Analyzing Evil, Neil Druckmann? Who's Neil Druckmann? I know the name, but I don't know the man. Neil Druckmann. Creator of The Last of Us. Wait. Co-led The Last of Us. No episode on Neil Druckmann. Have you ever played Helldivers 2? I did not, but it looks cool. How many of your fans, Medley Man says, how many fans do you trust to tell you what is good is what will be a good video? As much as I trust myself. Like I said, it's always informed guessing, you know? Because let's say, yeah, let's say, what's a huge villain? Megatron. You would think Megatron would be a great video, like it's gonna perform amazing. Megatron's one of the most iconic villains of all time. I don't think that's a far-fetched statement to make. So you would think Megatron, let's say in the first month, might do 200K on my channel. That's a good guess. I think that's a good, relatively informed guess. However, he might do 80. You never know. It's a guessing game. It's always a guessing game. So I say I trust myself, you guys as much as myself, to determine what is gonna be is gonna go bonkers. You know. $2 from Freddie Stalker. Thank you very much for that. Would you ever cover Brian Moser? I would, Freddie. Yes, someday I'll cover Brian Moser. Let's see. Have you heard of Harvey? Where am I? Harvey Beaks or Tattletale? I have not, and I'm not searching anything up on Google right now, Allie. Do you think Leatherface can change, redeem, go through therapy, and let go of his family's abuse and hate? I don't know, I am a bore. It seems like Leatherface is not all there, you know, so it might be possible, but it might be really hard. Do you have any plans to cover Big Boss from Metal Gear Solid? Not concrete, but yes, I've seen that requested quite a lot, and they will be covered eventually. Who do you think are some of the most complex and deeply written characters you have analyzed? There's a lot, man. Most complex. There's so many. There's so many that are complex, you know? There's plenty that are really simple, but there's I feel like there's an equal amount of villains I've covered that are simple and complex, between simple and complex. So it's really hard for me to pin down like one. Or even a couple. What medium do you find the hardest to fully cover / understand for a video? I guess it's shows, because there's so much and there's like things that I could miss if I'm not paying real close attention. Books I feel like are the best because it's all written out for you. You know, you don't got to look for stuff in scenes and all that. You just got to read the words and understand them. So I think shows because of how long they are. Would you rather watch Pulp Fiction or The Hateful Eight? Hateful Eight. I love Hateful Eight. I have not read any WoW lore. I've seen some requests for WoW villains, but nothing like really, really high up there, you know? I'll get to WoW characters eventually. I didn't play World of Warcraft myself, so it's not like I was jumping at the opportunity to cover them. Eventually, I'm sure I will. I am a bore. For Off. Cult classic. I've heard of Off. Excuse me. But yes, Off eventually. Would you ever make an analysis? Thank you, RM Valencia, for the $10. Appreciate that. Would you ever make an analysis on Saya or Fumimori from Saya no Uta? It's a visual novel. It's kind of a hard sell. Yeah, if enough people want it, that's what will happen. They'll get an episode, you know? So yes, the answer is yes. Hold on. There's a lot of versions of Megatron. Yeah, there's a lot of versions of Megatron. But I mean Megatron in general, you know. A video on the most popular Megatron. You'd expect to do good. Has anyone approached you and asked to buy the channel and all your blood and sweat and tears? No, they have not. Which version of Megatron is my favorite? I haven't been exposed to that many Megatrons, so I guess the movie one. I didn't watch Transformers really when I was a kid, so I don't know that much about Megatron. With regards to Hearts of Iron 4 mods, will you play them someday and analyze any specific villains? If enough people ask, Nathan, but probably not at this point. If anything, that's going to be like it's going to require a lot of people asking for that. That seems very niche. So probably not. I was asking if you see that video of analyzing evil Neil Druckmann. Oh, is that... I'm sure that JJ Plagiarisms guy made one or something, right? No, I don't pay attention to that guy, and I don't want anything to do with him, nor do I want to talk about him. Who is your favorite video game villain that you haven't covered yet? Like, just Gwyn from Dark Souls, I guess, would be the pick. If you were a villain, what would your name be? And if you had powers, what powers would they be? It would be Emperor Palpatine, and I would have the powers of the dark side. That would be my villain name. No, I don't know. I don't know what what would my villain name be? I'd be the Cuticle Punisher. And my power would be that if I looked at your hands, I could push back your cuticles all the way and tear them off very violently. That's what I would be. Have you had a chance to see/play either The Last of Us Season 2 or I have not. Neither. I have not played or seen The Last of Us Part 2. Who do you think is the embodiment of pure good? There's a lot of characters that could be considered that, I suppose. Who is the embodiment of pure good, though? Superman? Maybe Superman is like the most generic, best one? Goku? I don't know. Who was more justified, Light Yagami or John Kramer? John, I guess. I have not seen Baby Driver, Ivan. The most hottest villain appearance-wise. The most hottest villain. Mr. Reed. Hugh Grant. Or Tommy Shelby. Do you have a team? A team of what? Oh, like for the channel? Sort of. Not really. It's mostly a one-man show. Have you considered covering the Onceler? Maybe the 1972 version. Yeah, maybe. I might cover the Onceler someday. Are you going to watch every single episode of South Park for the video? Sure am, and that's why I haven't done it yet, because there's so many. Have you ever heard of Bendy and the Ink Machine in Doki Doki Literature? I've heard of Doki Doki Literature, but not of Bendy and the Ink Machine. I will, Diet Sugar, analyze characters from BoJack. The hate behind The Last of Us 2 is based on the fact that they try and make you like Joel's killer, and characters sometimes make mistakes, not shooting people instantly when they should. Okay. Who would you say is the most powerful villain you've covered? Morgoth. I think the best version is Transformers Primer IDW. You should start with them probably, as they are more complex than the movie version. Okay. Noted. I've recently fallen down the Warhammer 40,000 rabbit hole, 40k. Definitely has plenty of villains you could cover. Are you at all familiar with it, and do you ever plan on covering it? Yes, I do. I am familiar with it, and I want to cover it someday. Would you consider watching Fooly Cooley just the first 6 episodes? Buddy, you're talking to a guy here who grew up on early 2000s Adult Swim. Not only have I seen Fooly Cooley, but it's one of my favorite animes of all time. Where would you place Obito Uchiha? Probably A tier. Are you going to do anything more Red Dead characters or some from GTA? Yes to both. Well, I don't know about Red. Yeah, probably most are GTA than Red Dead. I'm sure there's more to Red Dead, but GTA would probably be up next. Would you analyze the themes of Squid Game once the show's season 3 is over? Probably. Maybe. Superman could be on Analyzing Evil, my guy. Did you forget Injustice? I've never seen Injustice. Or is that the game? I don't know. I don't know that much about Superman. Is the Vile Eye a character in and of itself, as seen in the channel icon pic? Not really. I mean, maybe I'll make a lore for him someday, you know? It's just my avatar. Not really a question, but I love listening to your vids when I'm working. Good to hear, Jam John. I'm glad. I hope I can keep entertaining you while you're at work. Will you do Monica Monkia from Doki Doki Literature Club? Yeah, my philosophy for all villains is if they're evil, I'll get to them eventually. Priority goes to the most suggested and whatever I need to do for my workload, you know? I can't do the most suggested all the time because villains take a long time sometimes, you know? So I Gotta break things up depending on what I got going on. Have I ever played Hotline Miami? Very briefly, not really. But it seems like a cool game. Have there ever been any villains you've seen / read who've scared you to the core and are giving you nightmares? No. So, how do I put this? I am pretty much immune to most things evil. In fact, that's probably why I can do what I do and stay sane. One, I don't like gore. Like overt gore, I'm just like, that's gross. Like I don't need to see that, you know. But it doesn't give me nightmares or anything. But I guess maybe it's because it's fictional. You know, most of the stuff I'm looking at is fictional. Nothing really scares me. I mean, I read horror stories before I sleep. You know what I mean? It just doesn't affect me very much. Where am I at? Which villain do you believe would honestly be hated the most if they were in real life? There's too many to list there, my friend. Like anyone on this list could be in that position, especially anyone above like S tier, A+ tier. Did you watch Big O? Sure did watch Big O. Big O was fantastic. Do you know some parts of Baby Driver? Not really, no. I don't. I definitely feel like the villain that you would like most out of the villains that you have never seen before is Alvin the Treacherous from the How to Train Your Dragon books. Could be. Medley Man, I know you're a big fan of those. Has the channel ruined the way you enjoy fictional works? Not at all. Love them still. Still in love with them as I was before I started the channel. Could you do Gesai? She is from Miraniki. Yeah, eventually I'm sure I will. What are the most terrifying villains in all forms of media in your opinion? Dark Lords. Dark Lords have the most influence over the most people. Either Dark Lords or like serial killers, torturers, that kind of stuff, you know. They are the most terrifying, I would say. Thank you, Freddie. Thank you for the $2 again. I will keep it up. I definitely will. Hello Neighbor. I've not heard of Hello Neighbor. What is my favorite creepypasta? Probably Baraska. Yeah, Baraska's a good one. What are the most... Oh, I already answered that. Bebop or Shampoo? Shampoo. Shampoo all the way. Is the Vile Eye based on the Illuminati eye like on the dollar bill? Nope, it's more so based on looking at characters with a vile eye and beholders, and I like characters like that. Not based on the Illuminati. Would you cover any villain from League of Extraordinary Gentlemen? Sure, if people ask for it. I know I asked a few times, but theoretically, if I really wanted to see Tokyo Ghoul covered, what's the best way? Just suggesting in general. I don't do suggest. I mean, yeah. So Patreon, or I guess that's your best chance, right? So I don't want to get your like hopes up with Patreon and the channel memberships, but the best way to get a character featured that you really want to see featured is to suggest them in our patron/member pick polls. And what I do every month for the patrons and the members is I let them suggest a character, one character from anything, and all those characters go into a poll that then decide who are going to be the top 5 picks for the actual patron pick poll, and the winner of that poll decides a video for the next month. A video topic for the next month. So in theory, the best way for you to get a pick picked would be to suggest it in that poll to see if it can reach the top. Now it's not guaranteed to, that's for sure. But and I don't take personal requests. You know, I don't do videos based off of what one person tells me. I do it based off of popularity. So it's either Tokyo Ghoul's got to be real popular, then a lot of people gonna want it, or you go on the polls and see if you can win out that way, which is possible, but it's still not guaranteed. You know what I mean? Joe Goldberg, eventually, yes. I've been watching You recently with my wife at night, and yeah, he deserves a video. That's for sure. Which villain have you covered that took up the most time researching because you weren't familiar with the source material? A lot, Noel. I mean, I would say at this point, I'm familiar. I was familiar with like 40% of the characters I've covered beforehand. So, as far as the longest, maybe the Governor. Maybe the Governor took the most. Who's your favorite director? Scorsese, probably. Are you hyped for GTA 6? Not really. I don't like those kind of games. Just because I don't like them doesn't mean they're not going to get covered. It's just not my type of game, you know. Last Grand Theft Auto I played was San Andreas, and I only played it with cheats on. You know, I didn't play it for the game. Do you think you could cover more indie games or channels? Yes, I will cover more indie games. The reason you would like him is because he's basically Palpatine, but if fate did the planning for him. I see, Medley. That's pretty cool. Yeah, Cuphead's cool. I like Cuphead. I have not covered Doctor Who villains. I will eventually. Were you ever much of a Goosebumps? Yes, both. I like both Goosebumps and Are You Afraid of the Dark? Do you prefer a villain that is just pure evil or a villain that had a really bad backstory? I like him pure evil. I like both, but pure evil I like a lot. Only one Zelda, Oot or Majora? Majora. Unless it's Jimmy. Yes, unless it's Jimmy. Would your Avatar the Vile Eye go toe-to-toe with Bill Cipher in a street fight? Yeah, of course, I'd win. I'd win. Always. What do I do for a living? I do this. I do this for a living. This channel. Is this your real voice? It is my real voice. Yes, it is. Dedram Miro from Star Wars would be a perfect villain as to... Oh, all Star Wars villains are going to get analyzed eventually. How would you go about covering characters from One Piece considering it hasn't finished? I don't know. That's a huge beast that I'm not ready to tackle yet. If you got to work for a Dark Lord, who would it be from the S+ category? I think I'd feel safest working for this guy right here. Zog? Emmanuel Zorg. He'd probably kill me, but I feel like safe. It'd be the safest. Where is Michael Myers? He's in S+ tier. Right there. As you picked up, I like Baby Driver, and I want to ask, would you give it a watch? I would, yes, eventually. I want to watch it eventually. Did you watch Eureka 7? Not that trash. I did watch Eureka 7. It was good. Is there anything worse than genocide? Nope. Sure isn't. That is the worst thing that anyone can do. Because murder is the worst crime you can commit, and then murder on a mass scale, that is even worse. I'm sure this question has been asked, but how would you ever cover the psychology of more heroic characters in fiction? Who would you cover right now if someone had a gun to your head? I would cover Bilbo Baggins first because The Hobbit's my favorite book of all time, and he's my favorite hero of all time. And I don't know how I would go about it. I really don't. It'd have to be a sit down and read, or sit down and figure it out type of thing, you know? I'm going to... what is this going to do? Hold on a second. So, guys, we've been at the Q&A for a while now. I'm going to go ahead and end it real quick. I'm going to copy those. Jason is in... down here. Right there. I'm going to go ahead and end the Q&A. I'm going to copy these questions just to make sure that I can still look at them. Okay. Good. I can... Wait, I can't. All right. Let me answer these last couple questions. Where do characters from Souls games... Would you do characters from Souls games like Queen Marika? Yes, I would. Top 10 best anime? I don't got a... Master Grade one. Trigun. Yes, Trigun is in my top 10. Michael Myers should not be in the top 5 because he's not as wide-reaching and as powerful as these other characters up here. That's why he's where he's at. But, guys, I closed the Q&A. I'm going to go ahead and look at the chat over here real quick. But we're not... Technically, the stream is over here. But it's not over in general. Because now what we're going to do is we're going to switch over to my other channel for anyone who wants to come along. I'm going to play Elden Ring over there. Usually, I do not try to mix the two channels together. But because, like I said... If you guys a lot of you come over from here to go to there, we'll do a little Vile Talk still. I'll still be reading chat and, all that fun stuff. But right now, what we're going to do is we are going to go over to my Sweener channel. It's going to take me like 10 minutes to get set up a little bit. But we're going to keep the party going over there. I appreciate you all being here today. If you guys don't want to head over to that channel, I'll say that. Thank you all for staying and ranking these characters with me. helping me rank these characters in the way that they need to be they need to be ranked. It's always a good time with these tier list videos, and like I said, I'm doing some figuring out here. And thank you, Trivia, for posting the channel link. Here's a direct link to the stream for you guys. That link I just put is a direct link to the stream that I'm going to be starting up here real soon. But yes, this was a lot of fun, as usual. Look out soon. I'm going to make an announcement, hopefully really soon, about whether or not I can do movie nights on Twitch, where we can all watch movies together. And we can, you can follow along when I do like research on characters and stuff like that. It's going to be really cool if I can pull that off. But yeah, no, if you guys want to come over to the Sweener channel, come on over. If you don't, if you got stuff to do, that's perfectly fine. But again, I thank you all for being here. I appreciate you staying and ranking these characters with me, and I hope to see you all here in a minute. See you soon, guys. Bye-bye.